agendas are not correct. Yeah, so.
Oh, I see how we rank.
Yeah.
Saturday morning budget meeting, welcome. Tim, will you read our purpose statement, please?
Sure. So, and just a reminder that the mics are back here, so we're gonna have to kind of speak up a little bit so we get it. Well, after public comment, I'll move the other mic in the middle to kind of help out a little bit. So the purpose of these budget work sessions is to collaboratively review, analyze, and discuss the proposed budget allocations for the upcoming fiscal year. We aim to ensure financial transparency, engage community stakeholders, and align our financial resources with the village's strategic priorities and community needs. Through these sessions, we seek to foster informed decision-making, promote fiscal responsibility, and identify areas for potential improvement and efficiency within our budgetary framework. No item will be voted on during these sessions. The 2025-26 financial activity presented during these sessions were current as of yesterday, updated it all yesterday. Any course of action discussed during these sessions are only for consideration and will only be adopted when voted on during a regular meeting or during budget adoption.
Thank you, Tim. All right, members of the public can address council once recognized by the chairperson. Comments are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes. Prior to addressing council, members of the public shall state their name and address for the record. Public comment? That's just Danny. It's good to hear. Public comment? Go right ahead, please.
All right.
We've got that podium stuff there with the mic. Thank you. Not for budgets.
All right, my name is Jesse Smaggy and I reside at 405 Fenwick. Good morning. This budget is not balanced, and calling it that is misleading. You're looking at a multi-million-dollar budget with significant shortfall, and instead of fixing the problem, it appears to be covered with reserve, one-time money, and internal transfer. This is not a solution, that's a cover. At the same time, you're asking residents to pay more. So where are the cuts? Because what we're actually seeing is rising retirement costs in the upwards of an $80,000 stake higher than last year. Membership costs and vehicle per diems still being funded, and that tells residents everything they need to know that is prioritized. And then questions are asked. There are no answers. I've reached out and received no correspondence from the council president or the village manager. This is unacceptable. At this point, this isn't a budget issue, it's a management issue. There's a pattern of continual mismanagement from the village manager. Problems not addressed early, spending not controlled, and the transparency when it matters. So let's be clear. How much of the budget is being propped up with temporary fixes? What was actually cut before rising taxes? And why are taxpayers being asked to cover these decisions? It looks like mismanagement, and now residents are being asked to pay more, which I find is really ironic considering on January 27th, Mr. Price said that he was proud to live in a community that doesn't shy away from difficult conversations. But yet every time I've reached out to his office, he fails to get back to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Yes, please.
Good morning, Jan Van Zelfte, 15226 Weller Court. I just wanted to say thank you for meeting today, and I'm excited about what's going to happen here this weekend and next weekend. I encourage the community to come out and be a part of this process because the vote isn't going to happen for a few months. And so thank you. Thank you for all your hard work. I know this is hard coming out on a Saturday morning, 2 weekends in a row, just when the weather gets nice. You guys got to do this in like March when it's snowing, but thank you.
Thank you, Jan Van. Sherilyn.
I'm Sherilyn Everly, and I'm from 314 Hadley Street, and thank you for doing this the right way and not like the Oakland County Commissioners did this week. Capital improvement program, something that's been legally required of this village for decades and is still ticking away. Part of the Planning Commission's responsibility. We see it about once or twice a year, and it comes and goes. That is a primary document that leads planning. Next comment, algorithm guy, who is going to have all of these predictions and what's going forward. I hope you have them. I was a citizen, thought we were going to see them in March. I've seen nothing. Streets, they need better than cold patch. We can't afford to fix everything underground, but they need to be fixed so that they are usable. I know I'm a woman, but I have been in charge of large paved parking lots, and there's a difference between a Band-Aid and a repair. And we need to figure that out, and that's what we need to do is repair our streets. Pete Buttigieg says, if your streets aren't fixed and you complain and nothing happens, your government's not working for you. Police department, you know that is the biggest chunk of our budget, and if we don't either whittle that down or figure out how to get people to help us pay for it, we're gonna go down in flames. I'm looking at that trailer park that pays a whopping $6,600 a year to the village for 425 lots. You need to figure out a way to tag Sun Communities for all the expenses that they cause us. If we can recapture expenses for the fire department, then why the hell aren't we capturing from those millionaires who don't live here what we need to run our town? They're sucking us dry as well as the townships around us. And finally, the Lake Improvement Fund. You guys better not spend it on anything but lake improvement. My neighbors, Regina and Andy and all of us have worked damn hard. And the only good thing that this village has done in this whole situation up until now, prior to this administration, is to put money aside. So please be the administration and the council that keeps it where it belonged until it's spent on getting our dam back. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherilyn. Anyone else? Okay. Let's see, opening remarks, village manager.
Yeah, I'm gonna move this mic over here too, just so we can do it. Try to put it down a little bit so it's not blocking my eyes as much.
I know, right? So,
Surprised, Shannon's, Shannon did it. Whoa! There you go. Okay. All right, good morning. You know what, I'll start and I'll actually cover some of those things just up front, so, you know, in case you don't want to have to stick around. All right, so, the first draft of municipal analytics product that is April 14th. At next Tuesday's meeting, he's going to come in. He's still not done with it because we've been one of the things we've been waiting on some of the assessing data. The assessor was working on it with us, and the township supervisor came up to him and said, if you're doing anything for the village, you have to come directly through me. So it threw a roadblock. So we're working through Oakland County, we're working through SimCog and other organizations in order to get the data we need in order to accurately process this.
Does somebody need to remind
There's no back and forth, right? Sherilyn,
And
out of order.
I understand the concern, and so, but we're working on, but we have a first draft that's come through, and part of that first draft is the CIP. He's helping us work on that, and some of those capital improvements we're going to talk about today with you know, through Danny, and we're going to talk about police. We're going to talk about these things. We're going to talk about streets, you know, and how do we actually strategically plan ahead. The trailer park, we could talk that piece. Lake improvements, you're going to be happy to see that on the Tuesday agenda. Well, one of the things we're looking at paying for or using some of that lake improvement funds for that legal lake level study and for the first engineering planning sessions with Spicer or through Oakland County for the dam to actually replace the dam. So that's part of the county legal lake level.
all of that?
We're gonna take a 2-minute break.
I just
2-minute
wanted
break,
clarification.
2-minute break. We're not doing business right now. We're gonna resume at 9:11. We're gonna have order because we have a lot to get through today. There is no back and forth. The manager is giving an update. We'll resume at 9:11 on our phones.
I'm gonna take a bite of my donut. Oh, well, it's only, by the time I get up and pause it, I'll have to unpause it.
So as soon as you go turn the light down,
Oh, turn
just
it
like we do in school, flip the light down. Does that still work, Shannon?
no.
No, it don't
We
work.
say things like, 1, 2, 3, eyes on me.
There we go, I like that one.
I prefer to do regulators.
Mount up.
My favorite at the moment. Kindergartners are like, mount up.
Let's do 6, 7.
Oh, we are trying to put 6, 7 to bed. No, it is getting a prominent page in our yearbook.
Are you kidding me? It's getting a prominent page.
The thing that helped that be removed from my household is we went and visited my nieces and nephews, and then my nephews, which are like 5, they were doing it, and my teenagers were like, never good.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm not elementary, so I know how that works.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
my daughter went on Roblox and I saw a skin for, I'm like, that's
It is 9:11. Let's resume our meeting. Mr. Price,
All right.
where you left off, please.
Yes, good morning. Today's work session is an important step in our ongoing budget development process. The process of this meeting is not to make final decisions or commit to specific expenditures yet, but rather to begin an open and transparent dialogue amongst council about priorities for the upcoming fiscal year. This morning, we've asked our department heads to present their respective wish lists, ideas, needs, and opportunities they believe would strengthen services, improve operations, better strengthen our community. We recognize already that not all of these items will be ultimately feasible within our financial constraints, and many items will be needed to be evaluated, redefined, or deferred or cut. So again, this is not any kind of finalized budget. This is not a balanced budget. This hasn't been presented to the public. So anyone that said they've seen it or said anything about it is obviously not telling the truth because it's not been out there yet. This is our first draft of discussing what we want this budget to look like. As we move through this process, I want to acknowledge that last year's budget discussion looked very differently. At that time, due to financial challenges we were facing, the focus was on identifying what was necessary for the village to remain stable, and much of that process required a more directive approach. This year, although we still are navigating out of this, we are in a position to have a collaborative and forward-looking conversation, and that is truly the intent of these sessions.
You're like paper speaking.
Oh, okay. I've got a lot to get through, so. Today we will begin by focusing on expenditures. Last year we started with revenue, went to expenditures. Right now we're going to do expenditures. I want you guys to have the March 14th session to understand the revenues a little bit more through municipal analytics, and then we will cover that in our next session. We will close out in our next session. We'll close out the remaining departments, and we'll shift our attention to revenues and next steps that we can better understand the full financial picture as we move forward towards a balanced budget. Like I said, in addition, next Tuesday, April 14th, we will receive an initial presentation from Municipal Analytics. That information will provide valuable insight as we begin planning for capital improvements and help us make more informed strategic decisions moving forward. As we move through today's discussion, we want to encourage a collaborative environment with open and productive dialogue. At the same time, it's important to remember that this is still a formal meeting, and the village president will maintain control of the meeting and guide the discussion as needed to keep us on track. We will also plan to take brief breaks, approximately every hour. I was going to ask Regina if you could just do a little timer and just raise your hand for me about in the hour, and so that I can kind of give a signal when we should probably do a break. It can be challenging to stay focused while working through detailed financial information for an extended period of time. Additionally, some items may require further refinement or follow-up discussion as we go, and that is natural and an expected part of the process. These sessions are designed to give council the opportunity to hear directly from staff while also allowing you to communicate your priorities and expectations to us. Your feedback through this process will help us guide staff as we shape a realistic and balanced and forward-looking budget. This is a collaborative starting point and one that ensures our final budget reflects both the needs of the organization and the direction set by council. Last year when we did this, I started with an introduction to municipal finance and stuff. I'm not going to do the same thing this time, but I will pull up some slides just so we can, so if anyone's watching or looking at a budget for the first time or better understand as we go through some of these slides, let me go here and just as you're looking at some of these budget numbers, so what you're actually looking at. So the on these sheets, the general and I'll have all of these slides or the sheets that the council are going through on the screen as we're doing it. On the left is you're going to be your general ledger number. I'm going to talk about how to read one of those in a second. The next one is the description of what the expense is for. The 24-25 activity. So that was expenditures that we had for this in the previous fiscal year. Expenditures from July 1st. So the next line is the activity. So what we've had in this fiscal year so far, July 1st till yesterday. Like I said, I updated all of this yesterday. How much we budgeted for that amount last year in our budget, and if it's been amended, and our proposed budget numbers for next fiscal year. Now, in these documents, again, these are going to be cut. The design of this is for you guys to look at it and tell us where your priorities are. We're going to be talking a lot of different things, and we're anticipating, you guys to give us direction about where you want us to cut. So don't look at this as final. This is just draft. This is just discussion points. So when you look at a GL number, just so you know how to read it, so the first three numbers on that are what fund it's coming from, so general fund, is it DDA, is it local streets, major streets? The next one is, and we're gonna be jumping around in funds a little bit, just based on, Danny has stuff in the general fund, he has major streets, he has water sewer, and so rather than having him come back and forth, I'm just gonna have him present all of his stuff at once. Department, which department it's coming from, police, fire, village council, village manager, and then what account it is in. And so that's just the very basics of that. All right. And so some other, just as we're going through all of the different, let's see, I thought I had that on there. Yeah, I think I do. As we're going through all of the different funds and budgets, let me change this so I'm actually just doing my whole screen here, and then I'll also make sure it's on the people watching at home. Display settings. Duplicate these, so you should see my screen as well. Okay, good. All right, so some things to keep in mind. So when we look at like salaries and stuff, so they're spread out over different departments. You have that sheet in there. This hasn't changed from previous years. This is how it's broken down. So if you see like, my salary or treasurers, it's broken down in different departments. And the only increases that we have put into the projections of this are the standard 3% CPI increase that we are contractually required to do. There has been no projected increase for police, fire, staff, anything other than that. So when you're looking at that, that is what that number is based on. When you're looking at insurance rates, that is a 15% increase just based on the projected market. And then like FICA, and that, is it 0.0765 or something, is the FICA multiplier. So some of those are just fixed numbers that we know that we're going to have to face when we go through all of those. All right, so let me go to my agenda here. So that's really open remarks. Does anyone have any comments before we continue on through actual walkthrough?
I have some comments. First, I am a little disappointed it's the first time that we're seeing this before the meeting. I feel like I'm going to be unprepared looking at these. Also disappointed that we still don't have a capital improvement plan that we've been talking about for the past year trying to get. It's kind of hard to identify our priorities if we don't know everything that we need to do. And also not having proposed revenues that we're getting in. I don't know how we can make proposed cuts if we don't know what money we have to spend.
So we don't even have a lot of that information yet about our revenues for certain items. And so that's why we wanted to get, there are different course of action paths going forward. That's why municipal analytics, when they provide that, we're going to be able to pull a lot more of that. And we're actually going to look at what our projected revenue is, not just for this budget, but also for, the following years afterwards, theoretically on it. And so I wanted him to present a more comprehensive approach of that. And for these, the concern is, by putting it out as to everyone for these, some of these would look ridiculous if we were to just put it out as a budget, because it isn't a budget. It's the discussion point where we start, where we have them present it, and then we move forward and then discuss, all right, cut this, obviously. Because, I didn't want to give anyone the impression in reading it in advance that this is what we are actually proposing to do, because it's the department heads actually presenting some of their ideas, and in the room, us cutting it out, doing those things. Again, we're not voting on anything today. We're going to continue to build this as we go.
I understand we're not voting on it, but if you're expecting us to know or make suggestions of what to cut, we need to know how much money we have to spend in order to make suggestions of what to cut.
And we're not cutting anything either today. We're going to have a couple of these sessions to discuss these things, and then through the following sessions, that's when we're going to actually make any of those determinations. Because again, we're talking today to understand all right, what are your priorities, so we can actually propose a balanced budget based on the priorities that are given
So
by council.
Tom, you're asking, we need to be taught, we need to learn about what's going on, and I think, Tim, you're saying that's what today is.
Yeah, it's
This is
really
step
just
one.
talking through some of these.
This is the educational piece
This-
of what we've got this year, and we're still in the process of
This
gathering
is-
that data.
We
I
don't
agree with
vote
that,
until
and I know we're
Yeah.
not voting. I
Right.
completely understand all that stuff. But the decision on what to spend on the budget and have these discussions, we need all the information,
Yeah.
Yeah.
not part of the information.
And the
So
problem
that
is
means
for,
we have to be at all of the meetings where we gather it. Let's move, we're belaboring a point. You're noted, duly noted, let's move on.
I do think that, so for us to do a capital improvement plan, and we talked about this before, like, we have a wish list of items, and that part of that is this wish list. But because we haven't had an opportunity to strategically plan any of them, it's not a plan, it's just a wish list of items. We've had a wish list of items for a long time. We have our roads list and the priority of which they need to get done. We have water, we have wastewater, we have all of these things that we'd like to do, but right now, it's just a list. It's not a plan because we haven't been able to project to that. And so we've been waiting on, first it was Roe, and now it's municipal analytics. He's been actually, like, we've actually seen this, and we've been working with him on it. And so, again, Tuesday will be, but for us to actually plan those out, the other thing we need is council's priorities and, like, that they want to see done. And we've never received that because we've never been able to have these kinds of dialogues and sit-downs about these discussions. Because I could say, you know, and Danny will talk some of this when he's actually going through some of the improvements he wants to do. And him and I have talked about it, like, all right, as we're doing this road list, like, what are the roads that need it right now? Sherman, that. And Danny might say, hey, I want to do, like, Maple Street, for example. Maple because it's ready to go, we don't want the infrastructure to go. But that'd be kind of a hard look for us sometimes because we have other streets that look worse off.
Sure.
And so it's to have those
I
informed
understand that.
discussions.
But, I mean, we are several years delinquent on a capital improvement plan that's required by the state. And for us saying that we keep pushing back because we're waiting for Roe, or we're waiting for the analytics company, it's just disingenuous to the people and the public that we were not prepared for ahead of time.
And again,
This has been a problem since before you. Going into it, we mentioned it multiple times in council meetings prior to this, that we need a capital improvement plan. If we're waiting and just waiting for other people to do it for us, then we are not doing what we need to do for the people.
And like I said, we have a draft of it on Tuesday that's being presented. I'm not saying we're waiting another year. We're saying, like, Tuesday, he's presenting. Now, again, it's the draft, and we only have some of them identified as, like, okay, this is kind of what we're thinking as assumptions of moving forward. But it is, I mean, I'm not saying you have to wait a long time. And
Then why are we having this discussion Wednesday after we have that information?
We should, because when we scheduled this, we didn't realize when municipal analytics was gonna present. We should have, this is in many ways putting the cart before the horse, having this session before that presentation.
So is today, I think he's asking, is today's meeting pointless?
I don't think it's pointless because it's beginning that conversation.
Which is gonna have to be repeated again when we have more information.
I mean, yeah, but if you wanted to start to have an understanding of what these expenditures are, I mean, we
We
could
can sit
adjourn
here
and
and
just take
argue
this.
about this all day, but we've already killed half an hour. Let's move into the meeting now.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so the first one, the first department that we're going over is the village council budget, and really that hasn't changed at all. It's pretty much the exact same. If you look through it, it's the wages are by charter, the FICA, all of that is pretty much set. Operating supplies, there wasn't even any activity on it, but if we need to do something or provide supplies for a council meeting. Now, I know that council has talked about potentially wanting to do some training, some membership type things. If those are things that they're interested in and they want to do, I mean, those are the conversations we should have now, so we can actually like project out and like talk about what that would look like. And how
Well, we
that would
did
affect
cut train, we used to have training and we cut that last year. That was-
It hasn't been on the because any lines that had the budget on it for the last like 3 or 4 years, it would have been left in here. So I would have to look at. Can I see actually?
Cause I know it when I did training and it was paid for 3 years ago.
We
So I know
cut
that
it
there-
last year.
That's what I'm saying.
Well,
Yeah,
let me
we
look at
just cut it last year.
year's.
Yes.
It's on. Oh, it's not on the screen. I'm sorry. I thought it duplicated my screen.
Yeah, I think last year we didn't
Sorry.
really have much choice but to cut each and anything that wasn't absolutely necessary.
Right. Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is, even if it's a line, it would have said 0. So I'm just trying to make sure that when I was going through, it would actually be right before what the slide right before. Right here, it's council. Okay. All right. So yeah. So the amended budget. All right. So it was. So there was $500 that wasn't utilized last year, but there was no activity on it. But it was did have $500 on it previously. So if that's something we'd like to bring back, that would be on on line 810.00. And whatever that amount that would be. I know that there's training opportunities that come up that I've sent. So,
Yeah, I think,
and again, we don't have to make any decision on it, but if it's something you want us to explore, look into, let
Do you
us know.
remember if that was per council member or was that council as a whole?
That's council as a whole,
As a
so
whole.
you would have to decide what you, all these numbers are as a whole.
and I think it's good to have it available for OMA and FOIA trainings, when applicable, especially for people that are brand new to office, especially considering our current climate in
Yeah.
Holly, Michigan. But, yeah, if we've got it to spend it, I think that we should be using it. We should be offering,
Especially on the election years, when we have the years of election,
Yeah.
maybe the following year after that, we might not need it if that entire council's already been through it.
right, and hopefully they choose to. I know we can't make them do it, but hopefully they choose to.
And many times,
MML offers programs where they actually come and do the entire council at once. I don't remember the cost off the top of my head
Yeah.
for it, but.
And
I
that
know
might be
there's- or
cheaper.
Temcog probably is
Yeah.
something similar.
yep.
And they have virtual ones and in-person ones.
And we have some opportunities that we get it for free. I know that like for FOIA, we get that from MMRMA, and I believe that's free for anyone, any of our council or staff that wants to attend that. I just did a labor law class with them last week. That was free to us. And I know we were also a member of SIMCOG, and SIMCOG has a very similar program. Some of the MML stuff, or we're getting some of that, then we might have to pay someone to come in and do it. But that is,
And three's even better.
yeah, free is better,
I
but,
love that four-letter
yeah.
word.
So, go ahead.
Just a question, because we've been going over it in the personnel. I see like the medical insurance is going up, but I thought that the plans that we chose were saving us money.
That was for dental, vision, and that, but the medical, we
Okay.
chose to keep with the same
Keep
plan,
with-
and
okay.
that one was going up 15%.
That's just across the board, no matter what we were to do. So
Okay.
if we were to change or we go anywhere else, it's,
Right.
I know it's only $15, but I was told before that we're not actually employees, because we're elected officials, so workman's comp and stuff doesn't fall for us.
I don't know why, so some of these things are just, I pull up the report, and I say, hey, what has happened in this account, and it pulls up all the activity. So, I'm not sure if Lisa would know anything about like that, like why there's $9.76 from workman's comp that came out of this, account. What I can do is I can pull up our general ledger while we're talking, and if there's any of these accounts, you're like, hey, what were this activity? I can pull it up, and we can talk about like what the specific, in this room while we're talking, I can pull these specific expenses and see what the activity was, and show us all live as we're doing this, so.
And that comes from the MML when they do an audit. So I know you're saying you're not an employee, but you get a check, and so you're technically an employee.
We still have a
So
W-2.
it's based on, our audits through the MML are based on payroll.
Okay.
Our
Thanks for
operating
asking, that
supplies,
makes
what are
sense.
the village
I mean,
council operating
Yeah, I
supplies?
didn't know either.
So village council operating supplies, we haven't, what's that?
I didn't hear what he said.
So village council operating supplies, it would be if there was something specifically directed by council, they want copies of this type thing, or they need, like, if we need just pens, paper, notebooks, like, or binders for this kind of thing. We've been using our existing supplies, that's why there's been no activity on that. But like, if we're at, like, for when we actually give the finalized budgets, if we have to provide stuff specifically to council, this is where we would do that activity on.
Oh, yeah, so if you guys have your binders from last
Yeah.
time.
We've been trying to recycle
Bring
things
it,
and do
yeah.
it,
That's why.
Yeah, I do too.
I actually give my daughter here to school.
See if that-
Okay,
All right, that doesn't mess up that, so I can still do this in the background if I need to, pull up activity of things. Does anyone have any other things they want on the village council? And we can come back, we will come back to these things as needed. If you're like, hey, based on the discussion on building department, I want to go back to water, or vice versa. We can always bounce around, this is just kind of general.
I do have one, and this is, I might get some of my fellow council members that might want to just take me out and shoot me in the backyard. I don't know. It was brought up at one of the meetings that, to be a good council, because we are at a deficit, to surrender our earnings. And to me, that doesn't sound like a bad idea for us to toss around.
do you know how much money I lose a year?
Oh,
by
I
doing this
trust
job?
me. I know how much we all lose.
Are you suggesting we're not good council people?
No, I'm not suggesting that at all.
Neither am I. I'm not giving up 1 red cent of the $700 we get a year.
I was
spend
just-
more than that in babysitting, and I could have made $1,000 today if I was working.
Oh, April, that's not what I was trying to say. None of us are bad council members, that's not what I was saying.
No, I know you didn't say it, but they did. As good council members, we should give up our wages.
Oh, I got what you're, okay.
That's ridiculous.
Okay, that's why I was just bringing it up, seeing what everybody else thought, you know.
I think we all give enough, and I'd like to thank you guys all for giving as much as you do, every single person in here.
I just wanted to make sure that somebody knows that we addressed it at least, and know our reasoning behind what we do.
Well, and I think, look at the numbers, right?
Yeah,
It's
that's-
$7,000.
That's not per person, that's for
That
every.
will
That's
buy
all of
me
us
one
included.
drinking fountain at the park,
Yeah.
so.
I mean, it's a whole,
If you guys wanna sacrifice yourselves for a water fountain.
do I get to drink out of it at least?
All right, can we move on to the next section?
Yeah, we can move on to the next section. Let me pull up, so the next one is my section, where is it? Oh. Okay. Okay. All right, so this is the village manager, this is my section here, all right? So we have activity, so wages, again, remember my wage split is on there. FICA, so the wage split is the 3%, the medical insurance shows the 15% increase. The FICA is the 0.765, the life and disability, some of it is really standard. I don't, one of the things I have to figure out is why some of these retirement numbers are a little bit higher on activity than we projected out. So those are, I have a whole note section that that I need to get back with Lisa and go over some of these. Some of them are still like in yellow. On your guys' paper, that means, hey, I need to talk to Lisa about get some concrete numbers in these, or we're waiting to project out some of them. Healthcare savings, all right, that's pretty standard. Office supplies, I haven't utilized those again. I've been using whatever we have available here. Postage, I zeroed that out because again, just using all like the clerk stuff. Whenever I need something mailed out, I'm almost all digital. The only time that I would usually do the postage, like I have to send out my 4th of July fundraising letters and that kind of thing. That would be for the postage on that end of it. Training is one area that I've increased on there. I haven't used anything of this year. By my contract, I'm supposed to be able to go to MML every year. I'm actually part of, or MME every year. I'm actually part of the professional development committee for MME that plans their conferences. I didn't go last year. I'm planning on going to the July conference this year. I think I get like a pretty steep discount on it from them because I'm on the committees. I have to see what that actually is. But I'm actually working to organize a keynote speaker and all of that right now. I'm actually supposed to be able to go to that and to the ICMA conferences every other year. ICMA ones are across the country. I'm not looking at actually doing that anytime soon, even though I'm contractually allowed to do it. Just realistically, that's an area where I can say, hey, I'm going to just not follow. I'm not going to do that portion of my contract.
So those trainings, the benefit, it's worth the cost.
Much of it is. The trainings are very good. It's not only is it a network opportunity, but it's learning best practices. It's for example, the things that we're working on right now for our breakout session is data centers. Getting you all the information about how to do data centers, how to work with a company like Municipal Analytics, how to do all of these things. They have I find that sometimes it's I get more information out of that than you do from any kind of online things or whatnot. Now, again, that's just a projected number. I realistically think it's going to be more like that 500. Again, I haven't spent anything on that this year because I've just done free training and I didn't attend any of the conferences, except for the ones that I was able to just, I went to, probably shouldn't say this a lot, but there was a couple that I went to in Lansing that I kind of just did a drop-in on. I didn't register and I just showed up. I knew people, so I got into the conference and I just did it that way. But since I'm actually a member of MME that plans it out, I figured for at least MME this year I will probably attend that conference.
Could you say that more clearly into the microphone? I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Tim, before we get too far, can you explain to the people in the audience or people at home that might be streaming it, how on unemployment comp how it's red with the parentheses around it? Can you explain to people how to read that?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
If they have questions.
So keep in mind that all of the numbers we're talking about right now on this are expenditures. So these are things that are coming out. So for some reason, on that one, we actually have a positive number on that. So it's a positive $49 that was refunded into us. I'm not sure right now without, and that's, I put a release on that, and a note on my notes, hey, why do we have a positive number on this line? And sometimes it's a refund from last year that we overpaid on something. And there's, this is a small one. We have another line item, I think it's on the DPW budget, where it's a very large one of those. That was a transfer that shows a positive amount. That doesn't mean that we necessarily sold something. It could mean something like that. But yeah, so if you're looking at that, that means that it was a positive number that this year for one reason or another on the activity. You'll only see that on activity. You're not going to see that. Because on the revenue side, it will be shown differently. These are all expenditures we're talking about right now. So the travel would be things for conferences, for if I'm having to, like going to, the actual training would be for the actual training itself. The travel would be for travel to and from hotels, anything like that I would need to do for that if we decide to go for it. Again, this is contractually, I'm told I can do this in my contract, but we will have more discussion on this.
Maybe explain what MME is.
Oh, MME is Michigan Municipal Executives, the village is part of MML, which there's MML conferences that all the legislative, the council can go to and do those. We haven't really looked at doing that because of the cost to send everyone to those. But that's another organization that we're part of. MME is for the executive. So every city manager or executive within the state can be part of this.
Are there any trainings that you haven't gone to that we can get in trouble for you not going to?
Not for me, no.
No fines, nothing like that?
No, they're all optional.
No, they're all optional for me. I mean, there's nothing that you can get in trouble for through the state.
That's what I'm talking.
Like contractually, I could go and say, hey, you didn't allow me to go to this conference kind of thing.
No,
but
I'm
I'm telling you I'm not gonna do that, so.
I meant through the state, I mean, they can't come down on us all of a sudden and be like, hey, you did not have your village manager go to this when they should have, or this person go to that when they should have, or.
MME, okay, I'm not sure.
Yeah, go ahead, please do. Yeah,
So
this is.
like MME is a membership, you belong to it, and as Tim was saying, it's a network. So he can network throughout the state with other village, city, township managers, and it's a networking. So like right now, I belong to the Michigan Municipal Treasurers Association. So if I had a question or something, I can go on the listserv because I'm a member and I can ask questions. I can go to conferences. I can go to all kinds of things with that. So that's kind of what the MME is.
All right.
Michigan Municipal League, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Michigan Municipal League is our unemployment insurance. So that what they do as a risk management, they offer trainings to help mitigate any kind of risk.
Oh, okay, all right,
And,
gotcha.
and on that, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, let's keep it
Yeah.
flowing.
So, and on that, in the contractual, the membership side, so the reason for the increase there is the two organizations that I'm a member of that contractually, I got within my contract that that the membership would be paid for by the village is MME and then ICMA. ICMA is the same thing, but for the whole country. So
It's not ice, right?
it's not ICE. No. It's it's for every manager across the country. It's the premier, you get credentialed as after you've done it for so many years, you get credentialed, and it's really a great organization to be part of. I didn't have the village do mine last year, but again, within my contract, I'm as part of it. I would like to be able to do that this year. If we're extremely tight and we need to do it, I'm willing to have those conversations with council. But if we're able to, again, I'm contractually that's part of it. I would like to do it, but I'm willing to have those conversations as well on that.
We were at automobile.
So communication itself, so automobile allowance is just the $500 a month that I get in lieu of getting a government issued vehicle. Is that?
We could pay 72 cents a mile, I think, too, but
So.
I think that's what it is right now. So my thought is it's
in the.
I think it's with the IRS, maybe that's different with the IRS.
It's IRS, it's 72 cents.
Is that per my, I'm just saying based on how the contract was written.
Oh,
So
I
yeah.
think that's where the travels to 72 cents per mile.
Yeah, so.
Reimbursement.
So driving to Lansing. Yeah.
And then business expenses, there's like day-to-day things, if I'm doing meetings and, if we're doing a working lunch, if I buy,
Coffee.
If I buy coffee, like, sometimes, and I do that, sometimes, like, when I bought donuts, I just bought it out of my own cash, because, Holly Donuts only takes cash, so, but if I can receipt it, I try to remember to do that, but often, I'm just paying for it, but when I remember to, I do that. A lot of those are also like the chamber breakfasts, chamber events that I go to is on those as well. But again, I've used about half of it, and we're almost done with our season. So, all right. And so, does anyone have any question on the village manager one?
I just want to touch one thing on when it's talk about training now. I want to make sure we understood that I asked about state required with training we get trouble for, not what we told him we would do and we haven't done for him.
I think you made that clear.
I wanted, because he brought that up and I wanted to make sure that everybody understood that I was only talking about state mandated.
Right.
Whatever we promised him and we didn't fulfill on, that's shame on us and working on it later on.
I will make a quick point about the memberships for people at home, how beneficial those memberships are. Because say they don't have those memberships and ask the experts in the field those questions, now we're looking at hiring someone to answer those for us. So when we get those resources at a much cheaper cost, it's always beneficial.
Lisa uses the listserv for the clerk side. I use listserv on mine. I kind of have like a separate network as well of like all the different like managers that are similarly sized. I meet with our two most comparable are Milford and Beverly Hills, and so Christian and Warren and I will meet up and we'll discuss things as well. I'm also part of the Oakland County manager, so all the managers that we meet at quarterly and we discuss. And again, it's where we get a lot of the talking points, as or hey, what's going on in these other communities? Oh, we shouldn't be working with this company because of this, or those kinds of things.
Those are tools that save us money overall.
Yeah.
When we're looking at
So
spending,
that's
we
a
should
good,
use those.
that's a good fund.
So, yeah, truthfully, like some of these conferences, and I would love for you guys to be able to on the MML one, even if we were like alternating, like a couple go this year, a couple go next year. It is just a great opportunity to learn more about the job and what to do. And there's a bunch of other resources that we get as part of that too.
I mean, I'd like to see the one that you guys said they come in and they'll do for free. I think it was the FOIA one that you said, April, or somebody said?
That was,
Yeah, so
Some of the
through the
OMA and
insurance.
FOIA ones.
we kind of talk. There's FOIA ones we can go to for free. There's online ones we can go to for free. If we're bringing someone in, often we have to pay for that.
Oh, do we?
So-
Okay. I had to step off for a second, so I wanted to get some.
Any other questions, or are we ready to move on to the attorney services?
Okay. So attorney services, obviously, everyone knows we had an uptick in that this last year through activity.
You don't say.
And we are, so we're gonna have to budget going forward additional amounts for that, as you can see. So, there's obviously there's retainer, there's professional services, there's labor relations. The labor relations, I included the additional amounts on that for this time. As you can see, we're actually under it right now, but we have 3 contracts. We're going back into negotiations right now. Not only the budgets, we're having to renegotiate our police command, our police staff, and our Teamsters contract. And then the following year, I'm gonna have to be in negotiations for fire again. So hopefully that we won't do just another extension with police and that, and police and Teamsters, that we can actually do a true contract that get us through a few years. But because of just our budget shortfalls that we are still going to be facing until we have made the, more some actions as far as increased revenue, we're not gonna be able to increase pay based beyond that 3%. So I don't know how agreeable the unions will be during those negotiations yet. So we'll see what they actually want when we get to the table with them, but those are being scheduled right now for moving forward.
now so are all these, the main increase is due to the lawsuits?
Not only the lawsuits, I don't want to, but also because we've had a lot more legal review on things. Because, and it's a lot of historic things that we had not had reviewed before, or anytime that we're using the attorney for anything, we're getting charged for it. And so, you know, when we have closed sessions, when we have to get opinions, we have to do all these things. Yes, much of that is based on the lawsuits, but it's not entirely. I don't want to paint it as that. I mean, there are many things that we have gotten.
Basically, when you continue to use the attorney to continue to.
Okay, that's order. I'm calling order.
So, yeah, so anyways, so the, yeah, so anytime we use the attorney, we have to pay for it. We've used him a lot more, and not only him, but we've also had to use some outside attorneys, but those aren't reflected necessarily in this because those are being paid for MMRMA right now.
So even for the lawsuits that the village is currently facing, we're having to pay our local attorney for that.
Yeah, anytime that we're utilizing, we're having to pay him for that. The outside counsel is being provided by MMRMA at this time for, based on our insurance. How that affects our insurance premiums, all of those will be determined in the future, so.
Okay.
Should we adjust the recommended budget then from 30,000 maybe to, so we don't have this major?
That's already adjusted from the last years.
Yeah.
It's already much higher.
Oh, we're already, the activity for this year is already at 35.
But the retainer will, like, so we haven't used the activity from our retainer yet on that, so that retainer pays into that as well. So it will cover some of those expenses that aren't reflected.
Oh, so basically we'll have, not quote unquote, but quote unquote.
It would be like 45 essentially is what it would be for that. Now,
Also think, I'm sorry, I didn't
no,
interrupt.
you're good. That's what we're here for.
Also think about too, on our next meeting for the 14th, we have bids from attorneys. So again, if right now what we're being charged from our current attorney, you should look at his bid, because I believe it's been increased. So we have to keep that in the back of our minds.
That's what I was just saying about that, so we didn't have all of a sudden a sticker shock per se, like, you know, when you go buy a new vehicle, you're like, well, I didn't realize all that was gonna be charged.
Well, that's, I mean, we talked about that when we talked about going to bid, that what part of that is even our current attorney, that's an opportunity for them to increase fees, in which we saw. And even though his may be cheaper than the surrounding, you know, like where it might have been 150 an hour, now it might be 175 an hour or 200 an hour, because we opened that door up. So that door is open, now it's for us to, for council to decide how we want to move forward.
Now, Lisa, you mentioned the bids, we received 3 bids. When we're doing bids, are we sending them to, are we requesting bids, or are we just saying, here, come and give us bids?
So both.
So we contacted a bunch of people too?
I sent out, I basically said, like, I sent emails to any like municipal attorney groups that were within like 50 miles of us, essentially. I just went and, you know, a lot of it was just through listserv, through Google, and like, who do you guys recommend, who do you don't? I have some connections within that area too, and some of them, again, are, hey, you guys are too small, or, or that they have conflicting interests, maybe.
Did only 3 respond?
Only 3 respond.
Only 3?
And they're in your packets for next week.
It's almost like we're not a desirable municipality to,
Well,
Okay.
again, maybe it's based on clientele.
the size, yeah.
Well, no, also their clientele, how much they can take on,
Yeah.
because again, maybe they.
Are they overwhelmed? Sure.
And
I would
yeah,
say 3 is nice, especially when this building came up, we got 1.
Well,
I
mean, I don't know if that's necessarily people didn't want to bid.
A number you'll see as well on there, like, and later ones too, when we talk about auditing services, we only got, I mean, I know Lisa reached out to a bunch of different auditors, we only got 2 responses on auditors as well. And so, and those prices will be, they're yellow in here because we haven't decided on what we're going, on some of them, we're gonna have to determine which auditors we're gonna go through, which is gonna change the prices on, how we're, going forward, so some of that has been reflected.
All right, so focus on attorneys. Any questions here, gang? Okay, moving on to, we got police and dispatch. Jerry, you're up.
PD.
Sorry, Jerry.
Oh, don't be.
Oh, I'm not gonna be, trust me.
Hi, everybody. I'm your police chief, and I'm glad to be here.
Oh, before he begins, I just want to introduce this too. I know a lot of people have been talking about Oakland County and all this, and like, why can't we get specific quotes? I would encourage you to go and watch the county commission's meeting at about, I think it's 1 hour and 28 minutes. They had 5 hours of public comment, but the first 5 of those public comment are about, from Orion Township manager, like, you know, and team, about how they've been clients with theirs for 74 years, and they can't get them to give them any numbers. And the swing on the numbers are, like, as far as what the high point and low point is within that, is about $2 million. So our entire budget is the swing of the budget that Oakland County is offering them. So this is someone that's worked with that, a partner of theirs for the last 74 years, is having trouble getting this information. So just keep that in mind as we look at different partnership opportunities, because they're really the only other ones in town for this.
It is, and I have those numbers too, and thank you, Tim, so I'll start over with the high end. No, I'm glad to be here, and I just, this budget, so the manager mentioned at the beginning, and it has been mentioned, that the police department is the biggest chunk of the budget. The police department is always the biggest chunk of every budget, every city, village, and township in the United States. Always. It is unfortunate that we need to be protected. It's the human condition, and police and fire usually occupy those portions of the budget because without them, we don't have the quality of life that we want. With that, I can tell you, and I want to thank Tim and Lisa. I know they came in, and we all know this, and council too. I'll thank you for taking things head on. There's the kick the can down the road group, and then there's the take it head on group. And I think this council and this management team is the take it head on and solve issues, not kick them down the road. So, and I know that people get used to in the past hearing that, well, you know what, we're gonna worry about that later, we're gonna worry about that later. There's nobody in this room that's doing that. I've been in government a very, very long time. This is my 26th police budget. I'm used to doing this, and I can tell you from experience that this council and this management team is all about looking at every single dime. And from a government perspective, that is the most important thing we can do for our community. So that and provide the services that we're going to talk about. So what and with that in mind, what I want to share with you, the manager had mentioned, and actually the CIP is mentioned, right? So CIP and police agencies certainly were a part of that. If you look at, people include vehicles and things, and that management is needed. We need to have a forecast. We need to look in a crystal, instead of looking in a crystal ball, we need to have something projected out. We'll get to that. But what I want to share with you today is that this budget is, there are no wishes, there are no wants. Do I have them? Does the police department have them? We do. There's equipment that we could really kind of use, but we are at the baseline right now of knowing where we are in this community with our expenditures and the revenues we're receiving. This budget is last year's budget, but lower. What's missing in this budget is the things we had to buy last year for equipment that we had to have. Windows 11 came in and surprised us all that every computer in our building had to be replaced. Every computer in our police cars, we can't run them without the CAD dispatch computers. And this is very expensive stuff. They're $5,000, $6,000, $8,000 a unit. We had to replace all of those. What we are in a position this year, and I'm hoping next year, is that the equipment that we have is sufficient, it's holding. We're going to have some failures on some equipment, and I've got that anticipated and budgeted in here. It was last year as well. But the existing police budget that you have is the exact same budget as last year, but less on the equipment. The only increases in this budget are mandated, any mandated training by state and federal law, anything that we anticipate, such as Oakland County Dispatch. We're still in it, we're not in a guessing mode on dispatch. We have those figures now. They have gone up drastically over the last 3 years. The Oakland County Commissioners set those rates, not the Sheriff's Office. And those budgets have gone up. That increase is in here. The rest of it is the Clemis. That is used to be governed by Oakland County. A lot of people don't realize Clemis, Courts and Law Enforcement Information Management System. You almost can't function in law enforcement or fire safety without that type of a management system. And they're one of the oldest in the country, which is good. But their rates increases, what I did is looked at everything in here and tried to bump it by 3% based on anticipated inflation, and I think that's gonna get us pretty close, and I think we'll make that. The Clemis, the dispatch, wages, we're anticipating at 3%. This is a negotiating year. I don't see any change in that. If you look at this budget, there are two things driving this budget. There's only two big numbers in here. It's personnel and retirement.
One thing I need to just clarify, because as you're looking at this, it's gonna look dramatic, because where we're looking at 420,689, that's because it doesn't reflect the money that we put in there from our 205 fund, which is the public safety. So if you wanna write down a special assessment, public safety special assessment, so for your awareness, the number, if you wanna write down, $358,710.28 of that went to police. So that 420,689, if you were to add the 358,710, is actually 779,400. So 779,400 is the actual number if you're comparing it to the 857. But because that's in a different fund, and I'm pulling this directly from GL, I'm not really altering any of these numbers, that's where it comes from. We are gonna have future suggestions about how, we might split police and fire into a separate fund, so that, it can be all on one document, but that's gonna be a later discussion. I just wanted to let you know, we're not going from 400 to 857, we're going from 779 to 857.
I think one of my first questions here is about overtime. Can you defend the need for the overtime, Jerry?
Yes, and
a lot of money.
if I may, and I'll answer, if I may go back just 1 second to summarize this document. Pretty much everything in here is contractual. A lot of it is contractual under the police contract. So certain things we have to provide under police contract. What's not contractual are the things that I have control over, and those are very small items. The retirement is a huge chunk. The good news is we're not adding to that. I know there was some comment earlier that we're adding to that. The villages finally got themselves to a point where we're not increasing our debt, our legacy debt, our retirement debt. So that will whittle itself down. And the sad thing about that is people, you look at the number and all of a sudden it drops one year, that's because somebody died. Retirement services, and that's what your legacy did, is it's people. And the police department has the largest group of retirees. And I don't want you to, there's one in the room, so stay healthy.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so we don't want the reduction because somebody died.
Right, but I think people should be aware that, and that's not a unique thing to Holly.
No.
This is something that many municipalities, and especially small municipalities, really struggle with, because they are those legacy costs.
And thank you for that, because every municipality has legacy costs, every one. Some of the larger municipalities out there actually bonded their legacy debt to get out of that, to spread it out over a 20-year period. That's something that this village can look at. There's other things that we can do on that.
That would be one way we could lower it.
It
Or
won't lower it in
other
the totality, but it would lower it annually. So it would take pressure off an annual, but there's, and I don't wanna make too many, proposals on things, but legacy debt is huge, and it's a big part of this budget. The only other big number is, the personnel. And to President, April's question, the overtime is high, this year, so I've got a chart. And unfortunately, it's probably gonna be a little steep again going forward. I'm just predicting, I brought it down a little bit because I'm hoping I can hire some additional staff. With overtime, this overtime covers, we don't ever in this village, at least on my watch, we're just gonna throw an officer on duty to have an extra officer out there. It doesn't work like that. So we have the 2 officers on duty, and that's it. We have, during the day, because of our SRO assignments, during the day on one of our platoons, 3 days a week, we have 1 officer on duty. there were times where if it's busy and if we have investigations and we have things going on, I would have to staff that with an overtime person to backfill this, and that's what this is. In addition, all of the time off, the leave requests, the vacation time, sick time, training time, somebody has to backfill those officers because they're in training. And of course, in law enforcement, we have a lot of federal and state training requirements. So if they're at training, somebody has to work that shift. I used to have 10 part-time police officers. I have 1 now. And he only works a couple of days a month on midnights.
What happened to the other 9?
The other 9 all left for other departments that paid more. And I've been, for the last 2 years, I've tried to get more, and so far I've been unable on part-time. We pay $21 an hour part-time for a police officer, and you have to be academy certified, degree, experienced.
That is not a lot, I'm sorry.
My competitive departments are paying 30 and up
For part-time?
for part-time.
Yep.
So would it make sense to raise that if it's gonna save us overtime?
That's a union issue, and the
Oh,
union
I
right
got you.
now has
That's
said
right.
if you're
Yeah.
gonna raise part-time, you gotta raise full-time.
So with the
So
SROs.
we're about to go into negotiations on that. So that's what's, for the lack of better words, if we didn't have this full-time, now, and I've got a chart here. So what I did is, because I anticipated this question.
Well, to give it to Tim so he can try and hurry,
So-
put it up there.
Well, I'm old school.
We need one of those old Elmo projectors, you know, like.
Back in school days, you know, that would.
So back when I had 10 part-time, see, if I had it up on a wall, I'd be able to see it better.
You're gonna need a dot camera.
I know, but we used to have, part-time wages, let's go down to officer. In 2019, we budgeted, it was 125,000. In 2020, it was 130, this is part-time wages, 131.
I can pull up some of this.
100,000, 120, then we budgeted in 25, 26, 60,000. And I didn't even come into that because, and I had a couple other things that I used in the part-time wages, because I brought a part-time officer that can't really work the road much anymore, but he's really good at investigation, so I brought him in to do, they're called law enforcement notifications. So those are notifications on child sexual abuse and child assault. We get a lot of those. Sometimes I'll get 4 of those a week. Those are investigations that are very heavy on officer time. One investigation might take 20 hours in a week, and if I get 2 or 3 in a week, somebody's got to do those. And if I'm pulling an officer off the road now, I have 1 officer answering calls, and here we go into this loop of now I need to staff in overtime because we have to be able to answer calls and do our investigations, and that's just the lens.
So this line is our overtime budget from 22, 23, 23, 24.
That's
24,
part-time, you mean?
25.
That's
Part-time,
part-time
sorry.
wages.
Part-time.
And you can see how I've dropped them down, because I didn't have the part-time to be able to work those, but I still have to cover that. So if you notice where the part-time drops down, I had to increase the overtime. I don't want to spend the overtime. I hate spending I'm kind of cheap, I am. I'll reuse paper clips till they break. But if you're using a full-time officer at overtime to cover a shift, it's 3 times the wages of a part-time officer. So, but we have to meet our mission. So that's why the overtime is what it is.
Madam President, I just want to succinctly answer that question for those watching at home. So the reason overtime's higher is because we don't have part-time officers to do that service that we would like to do, because we're not competitive enough to get part-time officers. As we go into negotiations, we want to hopefully be able to raise our part-time rates without, drastically affecting our full-time rates, so that we can be competitive, and that our overtime officers are always the most expensive, like that we're gonna have. And especially the officers that wanna do overtime, they are more expensive officers, because they're.
So do you believe that, how do I word this, that, for instance, do officers like overtime? Do you,
Some.
No, there are officers that don't like it. We have a couple that will work it. We have some that have young families and they'd prefer not to be on it.
isn't it drastically different? Part-time doesn't get them benefits or anything, do they?
The benefit of part-time is every part-time officer that I hire that we have are seasoned retired officers. So these are, I call them $1 million babies. Somebody spent 20 years putting a lot of money training them and getting them certifications. They retire, they're 45 years old, they still want to be a police officer. I know these people, so I reach out and hire them. And
But they're not receiving benefits from the village.
there's no benefits. It's just wages. Right now, it's $21 an hour. There are no benefits.
So you think it would help our full-time officers to bring in somebody and, so they wouldn't have to work overtime?
They want that too. So it is all part of the union negotiations. It's intricate, and
Well, I mean,
it's gonna happen.
What
So
is, I mean, not to be nosy, but I guess to be nosy, what is our full-time officer rate?
Our full-time officer rate is.
It's not nosy, that's your job.
Yeah,
You're good.
no, 100%. It's $32 and,
No,
31.50, 31.60. I just did the math on it because,
No, the first thing I want to say is, thank you to our officers for putting their life on the line for that little of an amount.
and again, I'll say this as we look at the broader concept of providing police protection, and thank you. The broader police protection, everybody's got to provide it, right? It's unfortunate that you have to have it, but there are communities around us that are trying to do it on the cheap, and we'll end up talking about that.
Okay, I've got two more questions about overtime, because that is an enormous expense. Did I understand you right? Did you say that because of the SROs, that's leading to more overtime for our other officers?
No, not necessarily SROs. It's when we have vacant shifts. That's the majority. It's very rare that I bring one in. In fact, in the last 4 months, I've completely cut all overtime out on the day shift, Monday through Friday. I'm in there, we're actually, it's the other way around. I'm pulling SROs out of schools to take calls.
Okay,
It isn't necessarily fair to the schools that are paying for that officer, and we're gonna get to that.
gotcha.
But no, in fact, because it's so high, I've stopped having an additional officer Monday through Friday during the days. On the weekends, I won't do that because on the weekends, there aren't SROs in the schools, and especially at night, there's really nobody else coming. So if I got one officer, I'm a little afraid for them.
Right.
That's the only time.
One final question on this piece.
Vacation, sick time, that's training time. Yeah.
So is there any chance, so for the, I don't know if this would be for the part-time officers, I think. I don't know if this is a union negotiation or just our own, but is there a chance that if we had lighter requirements for certain officers with a more limited set of responsibilities, that we could offer the lower wage, or that 21 an hour would be more attractive if they don't?
Kind of do that with the reserve officers to some extent for.
Yeah, the short answer is no. I mean, if you're a police officer in Michigan, you're a police officer, and when they're in, they're covering all the same calls. They have to have all the same certifications, meet all the same training levels, everything.
I was mistaken. I thought in certain areas you had to have a degree, and in certain cities, like Detroit, that you didn't.
Nope, they're all the same.
Thank you.
The standards in Michigan are the same for every police department.
What? I thought you just had to go to the academy and get your,
It depends. It depends. If a department sponsors you, you only need to go to the academy. If you sponsor yourself, you have to have a 2-year degree.
You're talking MCOLs, I guess.
MCOL sets those standards.
So that's
That-
probably where my misinformation came from.
Yeah, and
Thanks.
that is not selective by municipality. That's Michigan. That's the requirements of Michigan.
Here's another dumb question for the full-time officers. Now, are any of those ones where, like, we'd say, I guess, retirement babies, I guess you'd call them, or whatever you said earlier about it, because they're.
$1 million.
$1 million
No,
babies.
thank you. You know, where we could say to them, well, if you wanna opt out of retirement from us, we can give you X more dollars an hour.
They don't get retirement from us.
We don't have-
already.
we
No, I'm not talking about the part-time,
I'm talking about full-time. We don't offer retirement anywhere.
No.
Oh, we.
He's already saved us
We
a
don't
lot of money
offer-
with that.
The Village of Holly
I'm
doesn't
sorry
offer
about, I'm
medical
sorry
on
about that,
retirement.
I'm sorry
So
about
all
that,
that's been
sorry.
cut out. That's why we're not increasing our retirement costs.
Okay, I am totally sorry, I didn't catch that.
It's been cut.
Let me let back up for the public.
Well-
We offer retirement.
But it's a
just
401,
It's a
457.
not a defined benefit.
Yeah.
It's not a pension. It's a
defined
defined
Okay.
contribution.
It's a defined contribution.
So it's not gonna add to our legacy cost.
Yeah, but it doesn't add to our legacy costs, so we're not building that 400,000 mark. And
So like 400,000 will do nothing but go usually backwards, not.
it should, other than interest. Now, to answer both President Brandon and Tim's.
Let me answer that question just real quick. So basically, a
Watch
lot
me
of that
give
will,
an evil eye.
so I think we're projected till 2040, right? Like basically we will still have these costs until we are 110% vested within it. And that is scheduled right now to fall off in about 2040.
Now,
And also, this is not, remember, this retirement line is not just legacy costs. It's also part of the defined contribution that the village is putting in for the current
I was just gonna say, the cost of living increase, what is it, COLA?
And those are the existing staff, I think I have 4, maybe 5 that are under the defined benefit. But everybody as of 2019
So
that was hired as defined contribution.
this year, I don't really see anything on your wish list. Last year, you had some wish list stuff for like office equipment, software updates, upgrades. I don't really see anything this year except for just, your average rise in costs for certain
Period.
things.
No, we're not purchasing any equipment this year. And it just, this year, and I think next year, just looking at it from an experiential kind of projection, I don't see equipment failures or equipment replacement needs. There may be some that for
And how's the
wheelchairs.
status of the building at this point?
The building, I'm not even gonna talk about.
Okay.
That's not
We'll
even
let
in
that
here.
one slide this one.
That's not projected in here.
Just real quick, when we talk about equipment though, we do have a $65,000
Thank you.
vehicle.
That is for the loan
Okay.
that needs to be paid back to the water department for the police
For the,
vehicles that
when
were
we did the
purchased.
3.
So it's not something we can really, it's something.
So it's
that
not
was
we're
already
getting
committed.
new vehicles, it's just we're
Paying for the ones we.
repaying
Okay.
the financing.
Madam President, we were at, over an hour. If you want to just do a quick break and everyone can kind of continue to
Yes,
review,
please.
this to have follow-up questions if you want. Or we
Yeah, and
push
when we
on?
come back, we'll go to, what, dispatch or general?
Well, I mean, we can continue on with police,
Okay.
if anyone has follow-on questions during the review period, but if you want to take 5, 10 minutes.
Why don't we just close police out? Do you guys have any questions?
Just one, well, a couple. So for workers' comp, never mind.
Great question.
For personnel costs, we had like 250 for last year, but now that's up to $1,000. Is that because of some contractual like training or?
I am really hoping to have to hire some new part-time officers and personnel costs, our physicals, psych tests, things like that. So if there was a wish list,
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm hoping to hire some part-time officers, so that's.
Well, I know, I mean, it's a tiny increase,
One other,
That's it.
but I'm not done.
oh, I'm sorry, sorry.
And then for office costs, went from 1,000 to 3,000.
Office supplies?
Supply.
Office supplies,
Okay.
yeah.
So we're 24/7 operation, we go through a lot of stuff. And literally, I'm joking, but we do reuse a lot of things. But we have to buy boxes, there's a lot of things that we have to buy in our storage of.
So what are we
records.
anticipating that we need 3 times what?
Cause I bottomed out at the 7-month on 1,000. 1,000 was really low. I think we artificially set that too low last year when you look at historically what we've spent.
I can pull that up.
It may or may not be, but so far this year, that's everything that all the staff uses.
So you just want to give yourself a little bit of space. a little
That's
bit.
all it is right now I can't buy any more office supply until July 1.
Okay,
So what I'm doing is,
that was all me. I'm done talking.
Oh, I didn't try to, I wasn't trying.
No,
to-
I know.
The only other thing was the interest expense for the PD car loan. Is that something that goes along with the 65, or is that something different?
Yep, they're paying interest back to the water department for taking the loan.
So that's the 65 is the
Is the
principal,
Yep.
and then the interest is the 9.
which the interest on the loan to the village was the cheapest of all. And the idea is if I'm gonna borrow 3% interest of money in my left pocket to pay my right, is that better than paying 5% to
From
their
my back
pocket
pocket. Yeah, okay, no, I agree 100%.
and out of my right? So now, I will say this, the next vehicle purchase, what I'm looking at is an actual real lease program. And the research I'm doing right now finds that it's gonna drop this by about 50 to 60% our cost.
What is the cost for one vehicle?
For one vehicle, it's about 38,000, well, 42,000 for the car, but it's another 25,000 in equipment.
Has anyone talked to the DDA to see if they're willing to buy a police car?
Short answer, no.
Like Fenton, for
I
instance,
mean,
they got $500,000 from their DDA for a fire truck.
Yeah, no, I mean, we haven't.
No.
Yeah, we haven't. I think overall, what could be negotiated with the DDA is, and I've done this before, right? What percentage of police services are expended in a DDA district? And if you want to be fair, then if you look at what percentage of services and time is spent in the DDA district, then is there a percentage that the DDA can allocate back to the police department?
And
That is lawful under the TIF Act. It has to be invoiced to be lawful under the TIF Act, but, and again, I've done that years and years, and we can do it if we want.
we presented to Kevin, at least,
The DDA director.
the DDA director. We found some joint resolutions from other communities that have covered a lot of those. And I gave him one as an example and said, and as a starting point where we like, this is what we'd like to do that covers some of this, covers some of more of the DPW, all of these other areas that we were talking about. Like, how are we accurate? Because we want to accurately reflect the police's benefit to the DDA district, the DPW, and all of those. And so I presented that to them. We haven't had any more like forward movement on that yet, but.
Because it really seems like we're sitting over here banging nickels together while the DDA's got just pockets of money. And a lot of that is due to the Village of Holly services that you guys are providing right here.
And I will also throw out, and I think that's in play, very much in play. And I'll also throw out, Tim and I just recently met with our school, our superintendent and treasurer. So we're in the process of a 3-year contract negotiations for our SROs. And it's, all I'll say is that I believe all of us are collectively agreeing that our SRO costs need to be more reflective, or the contract needs to be more reflective of our costs. And I think that's going to be a very positive impact on SRO costs.
And the school has been very respectful and responsive to that, and as far as like, hey, we understand, and again, we've given them the comparative numbers from Oakland County, which is 250% of what our costs are, as like for what we are asking, to be like basically 100% reflective of what they're doing within the schools and all that. And they haven't really bulked at it yet. Again, we don't have anything signed, anything like that yet, but so very good conversations.
Well, Jim, maybe it could be a project of yours to kind of get in touch with Kevin and see what he thinks about helping to support police in a way that's fair to the DDA.
I mentioned something like that previously, Tim. There was some misunderstanding, I think, on his part on the TIF plan. So we can probably go back and talk about
I
that
would
too.
really like to be a part of that discussion because I have a lot of history doing that. And I would like to be able to present how that works and what I think is fair and what, we probably.
Jim, I think you just got voluntold to join up.
Voluntold, I like that.
So whoever's doing it, just, can you throw me in it?
Well, maybe that's something we do for our public safety meeting with Mr. Weinbrenner.
There you go.
There you go, perfect, great guys, that's
There you go.
a great idea, I love it.
And then finally, I was gonna make one last comment, so we're moving on to dispatch, is Manager Price had brought up our reserves. We have 3 reserve officers graduating next Saturday. That's why I can't be at next Saturday's budget session.
Explain the reserve program briefly, so.
Briefly, we now have officers that go through state mandated training. It's an academy. They're completing this academy. They all have jobs and careers. These are people in our community that want to serve in the law enforcement environment. They're not licensed state police officers. They can't get in the car and drive and answer calls. They work as every police department has in the sheriff's office. Everybody has. We will have 12 post-graduation. These are the officers that you see at events. We're able to put 2 or 3 officers at a car show or at an event or at a parade to close streets. I'm doing that with no cost to the village, as opposed to even the part-time. The ultimate is if I had 2 full-time officers, 3 part-time, and 6 reserves, think of the staffing we have. That's kind of the numbers I'm putting out there. And there's no cost to the reserve officers. They actually paid their own tuition to the academy. We provide their uniforms. It's a very slight cost. They provide their own tuition, and they come out. They even purchase their own gear to match ours, and then they volunteer all of their time 100% back to the community. And so we have 3 more that are coming. And these are great people. They're actually the head of the Oakland County Community Police Academy right now. All 3 are the top 3.
Is there any benefit that they get for doing this for us?
Zero.
Zero?
A lot of
Resume.
appreciation, a lot of love.
Service.
Coffee.
They serve their community.
They serve their community, and they want to do this. And a lot of these, what they'll do is do I want to go? I started as a reserve officer. I'm not going to tell you the year, but I wanted to know if I wanted to leave General Motors and be a cop.
Okay,
And I started as a reserve, and I thought, I love this job. So their incentive is, these are people that may want to go into
And
it.
it's resume material,
It's resume material.
okay.
May I ask one question?
Yeah.
Or small story too. But are they the ones that handle the code enforcement?
No.
No, that's
Well,
art, right?
they're both reserves.
A few
Yep.
left.
They are both reserves because for code enforcement, you gotta be a part of the police department. If I made it police officers, the village would be paying 10 times what you're paying for code enforcement. So I've moved out of the reserve department, moved them up. They are being paid, but they're being paid less than a part-time police officer wage.
So I want to thank them too. I was at one of the auto parts stores and I walked in and we were talking. I'm like, I really appreciate you guys. They didn't know who I was or anything. I really appreciate you guys shoveling your sidewalk out there. I have a neighbor that rides his bike in the winter and he can't do anything. He's like, well, the only reason I know is we had someone come by from the village, police officer, and say, you guys need a shovel. He's like, oh shoot, we got a shovel? So, thank you.
I will say, and I'm gonna just call him out by name, but like, so Art, he's a local person, and he's volunteered so much of his time. He is just he is a gift to our village in so many ways, just for the time that he's donated, his experience, and his care. Like, when he goes to do code enforcement, he does it from a very loving, like, he's come to me very emotional about stuff he wants to help people. He wants to get people, the help they need. He is very much, I want to do this with a carrot rather than a stick. And those are the kind of code enforcement officers that both Chief Narsh and I want to have.
Who would have thought he's a Marine too, huh?
Yeah, I know, right?
So
Go
really,
around.
the only thing that went up significantly under dispatch was Oakland County. And that's, I'm assuming we just don't really have a.
Contractual.
That's
Yeah,
who we do
it's just
dispatch
contractual.
with.
Contractual.
Did anyone else have any questions about dispatch?
Well, last one, police.
Okay.
This is direct on point. So Ms. Everly earlier mentioned cost recovery. Is there something we can cost recovery for investigations in the township, for instance, when we're assisting the SROs going to homes?
That's
That's a whole nother item to come, and we're gonna be talking about revenue at another time, but revenue, we do have some cost recovery on a couple things that we can do. But I think that is a discussion for this council, and I think that at some point, we are at 174% over the last 3 years of assistance to our neighboring communities, 174% increase. So here's an example, and I think numbers speak. What's 36 times 3? I'm bad at math, that's why I got in law enforcement.
100-ish.
100-ish. So MSP, our friends at MSP, and these are, please, when I say these things, these are excellent officers, it's an excellent department, they're outstanding troopers, I know all of them, that come out here and work, they're beautiful people. But they cover 100-ish square miles. And last year, they covered 4,000 police incidents in 100 square miles with 2 officers. We have 3 square miles with 6,000 people, and we covered over 6,500 incidents last year with 2 officers. And on top of those calls, we're up 174% taking the 4,000 for the other 2. And the issue is, they get pulled away, your officers do not. So they don't, the townships don't have the Michigan State Police as a police department. It is a default service, meaning if they have troopers available, they're going to be there. If they're not, they're gonna be in Macomb Township or pulled away to Flint. And this happens quite often. So when that B&E in progress or suspicious person call comes in at a residence in Groveland, in Holly Township, or in Rose, it's very difficult for us to ignore that, because that's a human condition.
Chief, I'm gonna let you finish on this.
Yeah.
But just to answer the question though, based on mutual aid, and correct me if I'm wrong, so like, under the Mutual Aid Act, we can't actually do cost recovery for the actual action of mutual aid going out there to do stuff. Now, if we were to do follow-on, like investigations, of course, then we have opportunities to potentially do cost recovery on that. But for actually responding to mutual aid, I don't believe we're legally allowed to do any cost recovery of it.
We just have a contract with their township.
Now, then it's not mutual aid.
On the other hand, we have spoken about police expansion before. I know several council members are interested in seeing what that would look like. So this is something that we're kind of doing the initial investigations into, correct?
Yes, and those discussions are always happening back here. And to comment on the mutual aid, there's mutual aid. Mutual aid is designed that any community that has a mass incident, right, we all show up. But then there's mutual aid to calls at a neighbor community that doesn't have a police department. That's the difference. I have a contract of mutual aid with the state police, but not with Rose Township, there's a difference. So I think we can talk about cost recovery for police calls in those communities.
And I think this is going to increase, and why don't you talk a little bit about, I mean, we've seen it in the news, so you can pretty much talk about what's going on with Oakland County and our surrounding communities here. I'm gonna grab more coffee while this is.
I was gonna say, can we take like maybe a timeout and come back?
Yeah.
I wanted to finish this budget piece, so were there any final questions on this before we talk about that? The budget for the police or for dispatch?
Dispatch.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna throw a sinker at you. If I get kicked on it. Anyway,
I can
has
raise you.
Oakland County Dispatch cut back on some of the services and put them back into your lap?
Through dispatch?
Yeah,
No. No, if you're hearing that, that's not true.
okay.
Nope.
How about the courts? Did they throw anything back in your lap? Any paperwork, anything? Okay.
Now, I
No,
have heard
this-
that paperwork's more complicated now for some reason.
It always is, every year. It's
Okay.
a more legal, scrutiny, but the courts, prosecutor's office, that's another leg. Everybody involved, it's the same.
Okay.
It's the same. We're all doing the same functions and the same roles. A lot of it is just, it's kind of mandatory within their roles. But it's more complicated what we do, right? We're moving to e-filing, everything, but then that's become extremely complicated, and then that requires special equipment
And training.
and training. And then it limits who can do it, because to stay up on that training, so, I try to do as much of that myself as possible on days with the courts. I'm always the one to call in the courts, and, so, yeah, we're the same.
All right,
We're the
any
same.
final questions on the police or dispatch budget? Okay, let's take a break let's come back at 10:35 on your phones, not.
Adjusting that clock and keep falling.
According to that clock, we're due back now. Anyway.
Okay, Mom. My mom wears the same shirt.
Yeah, scream in the cups. Yeah, and the big cups, what's in there?
Oh, she's not here.
Which are you going?
Oh, that's what these cups are. I didn't know.
I was crafty with it.
Hammer time.
Hammer Oh, wait, Tim, let's say.
All right, and I'd like to,
Okay.
We got 2 birthdays. It's, Amber and April.
all right, and I shouldn't have to,
his own stuff out, so.
all right, I shouldn't have to be loud to be heard, but I noticed how you all listened to Daniel, and frankly, I'm a little disappointed.
I just have a more authoritative hand, maybe the heavier
All
hand,
right,
you
so
know?
everybody, grab a cookie, grab your seat, and let's
It's
get
the
back
bracelet,
into,
people.
hand the floor back to Narsh. It's you.
Where'd you leave off at?
Did the dog eat your homework?
I thought we were done.
He was done.
But that's
you
okay.
were-
Somebody had a question.
No, I think we were talking about.
Tim asked you-
regionalization.
Tim asked you to talk a bit on Oakland County and state, right?
Yeah. We were gonna talk about, Oakland County, how the surrounding communities.
I think it was.
Yes, surrounding communities, how we can kind of pull them in
Oh,
potentially.
okay. Yeah, so even the sheriff, I think everybody read that, Sheriff put an article out in the newspaper that he, and this was specifically geared towards our neighboring townships, either contract with him, subcontract, and in that article, that meant us. Either contract with him, subcontract with me, or, form their own agency, but they need to do something for the safety of their citizens. Because they're, like us, getting a lot of requests for calls, so the sheriff, told them that by the next year, and I don't know what his deadline is, that the only calls they are going to take from those 3 communities are life and death emergencies. So the stress factor is real. We're all feeling it. Even our sheriff's office. I mean, and again, outstanding office department. We all train the same. We're in the same training together, but they're unable to staff their vacant positions just as much as other departments, and they're at the high end of the pay scale. So it's tough because it's who's out there that wants to be in law enforcement. So it's hard to staff it. It's getting harder to replace people who leave, and that's for everybody. But he's telling them the same thing, so that's why I think we have wiggle room. I'd like to see us have, and I know Manager Price and I are going to be having, we've been having some conversations, we've got some other meetings coming up, but we're gonna be talking to our neighboring agencies. The pressure now is on, the sheriff's office has kind of called everybody out and said, you have to do something. And again, it's not against our state police, those troopers are exceptional people, but there is no formal relationship. Groveland Township built a station for them so they'd have some place to go to. It's not a public station. The public can't go in there and say, I want to talk to a trooper. It's not how it works. You call Park. That is a default agency that has worked well 20 years ago, but with growth and development, it can't continue. So I really foresee, I honestly foresee within the next 5 years, there is going to be some form of formal relationship with the Holly Police Department and our neighboring agencies, because there just simply has to be. We can't keep doing this. My officers, if you brought them in the room, you know them all. And if you brought them in the room and started talking to them and they say, you know what, when they have a PI accident at Fish Lake Road and there's nobody coming, and they hear the fire department out there and they've got people and it's severe, and there's a lot of legal that has to start happening really quick. There's gonna be lawsuits, big ones. There always is, right? There's gonna be law enforcement needs at that moment, and they just can't ignore that. Now, to the manager's point, when he talked about mutual aid, how much of that does that include when we go to court? When we have to testify? It isn't just what we do on the scene, but now those officers are in court, and sometimes they get subpoenaed in lawsuits and things like that. So there's a lot to it, and I think that's a direction we're going to be going, and we're going to be having those conversations. And I really see us having some type of agreements and partnerships in the next 5 years.
And there's a couple different options on that. There's, we talked about, having a contractual relationship where we're contracting our services out, where it's like for a couple, 2-3 years, or whatever we define that period to be, that we're providing those services. There's a lot of benefits to that. The benefits leadership, the problem with that is that we're building the service, and if the contract ends, then we might have, if we have 4 additional officers and the contract ends, and then, we would no longer be able to maybe support those officers, if that were to be the case. And then there's also, under Public Act 33, we could create a police authority that would be, its own taxing authority that could do it within several different municipalities. That would be another way to look. One of the problems with that is that we would not be the command and control necessarily. There would be other people at the table too making those decisions. Good and bad. That's a good and bad thing because they have just as much stake. I have met, Chief and I have met. I've met individually. He doesn't know other communities that aren't even located next to us. I will say other communities that have been struggling with this have reached out, and I've sat down with them with the managers or the council people and just discussed, hey, if you're going, this is how you can create your own police authority. This is how you can contract with another community. If you were to ever look at doing a relationship with us, these are the steps we would have to do in order to do this. Because a lot of communities, especially within Oakland County, especially in northwest Oakland County, are struggling with these questions right now. We just happen to be in the best seat because we already have this. And again, our police budget on there, $2 million, 2.04, I think is something, whatever, 2.023 that we have down there. That is literally for Orion Township. That's the swing of the budget.
What do you mean by swing?
Like when they're doing their projections, there's a $2 million difference between the low and the high of Oakland County.
So 2 to 4, for instance.
Or it could be 4 to 6.
Okay.
There's
just
just
the
$2 million.
increase.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
$2 million, yeah. Because, and so they're trying to budget, and they're like, we can't even budget out these numbers because of that difference. And again, I would encourage you, watch the April 8th meeting with Oakland County. The first, I think it's like the hour and 28 minutes section. The first 4 comments are just about, they're from the manager from Orion Township. They're from the treasurer, the trustees. And it's just talking about how difficult it has been to work with them and get information, get numbers. So for us, an outside agency that's saying, hey, we would like some projection and numbers on this to do budgeting comparisons, it's not really surprising that we aren't getting definitive answers from them because first of all, they say they're not in growth mode. And second of all, because the people that they've been partnerships for 74 years aren't able to get those numbers from them.
Well, and Oakland County is a monopoly in that sort because you really have the state police or you have the Oakland County Sheriff. If you are in this area, we are the last local police force. So Holly is the last one that we still have those things. And the other places that are looking to maybe establish theirs then have to go and buy the $100,000 car, which you can't have just one. So to start up a police force is an astronomical cost to taxpayers.
And I'm gonna bury the lead on some of this a little bit for when we were talking SRO stuff. For us to have an SRO in the building, for them, it's about 80,000, a little over, maybe 81, 82 is about how much it costs to have an SRO. To contract the same services from Oakland County, just based on their tables, is about 220,000 for them to get the same thing from Oakland County.
And state police doesn't provide it. So, and I'll throw a caveat on the state police. There's really only 2 contracting police options. The sheriff's office or form your own, or regionalized. That's it. State police, again, is a default agency. Their charter is not to provide police services in municipalities. If our 3 neighboring townships were charter townships, they would have to, in their charter, provide police service. That's why they're not police. Well, I will say that's why they're not, but they're not charter townships. And by doing so, they're eligible to receive default police services from the state police. So it really is the sheriff's office or form your own or regionalize. And a lot of police agencies are looking at regionalizing just for that cooperative effort and to save some dollars. But to have good quality police services, and we do have the infrastructure. We're built for it, we're ready for it. We are structurally ready to be able to begin to provide those services. So we've prepared for this. I mean, this is something we've been kind of doing, so we're ready. So if we have those relationships and they come to fruit, we'll be bringing them back to you guys. I just want you to know that what we bring to you, we're ready to pull the trigger on.
And I'm gonna piggyback off of Chief Narsh's lob up there for a moment for me was charter township situation in our lives, the police budget is not going away.
Correct.
Just saying.
Yeah, you can't
Throw that
get rid
out
of me
there.
that easy.
Do we know how much, I mean, I know you said, piggyback services to another township? I forgot what you called it now.
Mutual aid.
Mutual aid, thank you, I don't know why I had a brain in that one. You said some of them aren't really necessarily required, but we do it because we want to help because we're human, I guess?
No, well, and my comment on that was, if you have let's say we have a mutual aid, in another life, I had a mutual aid with the police department, I was the police chief, had a mutual aid we have it with every agency in Oakland County. So we had 43 mutual aid agreements. They had a police department next door, but their officers were tied up on a call. So they'd call us to go help them out. Or they had a serious call and they needed extra officers and us the same. So those existed for that reason. The mutual aid agreement was never formed to simply take calls because there's no police department. So
But that's kind of
what's happening. So the mutual aid request is in violation of the document if you don't have your own police department. That's what the sheriff's talking about. He's saying, contract with us, contract with Holly, form your own,
And
but do something.
my question was is that if they're using it the wrong, can't we figure out, are you able to figure out how much we have sent?
So my guidance to both Chief Anarsh and Chief Watson has been, because of how I've seen mutual aid done in the past and such, has generally been like, we want to be good neighbors, we want to, but we also have to be respectful of our own community and, the resources we're spending. So unless it's life, limb, or eyesight, then, we pretty much try not to go, like, if a cat is stuck up a tree in Rose Township, unless it's my house, we don't know, I'm just kidding. Like, no, we don't answer necessarily those calls. We're not doing code enforcement, we're not doing those things.
Well,
Ideally,
that's what I'm saying, but is there a way that from, that $2 million, we could say maybe $60,000 went to mutual aid for this township?
it would be, no, because it would be, it's based on our.
It's hard to quantify.
Yes.
But I can tell you that there's a lot of calls we don't take.
Yeah.
When
I'm
they
just saying,
call,
like, where we could
we
have it based on
prioritize.
where we could say to them, hey, listen, you're
Holly
getting-
is our priority.
You're getting this much of services from us that our residents are paying for, and you guys aren't paying it.
We will never put Holly residents in jeopardy and be out of here. So
No, that's not what I was
there's a-
meaning at all.
No, I know,
No, no.
but there's a lot of calls that we don't take. Sometimes I'll get called, if I'm not in, hey, there's this going on, you want to, so we're gonna review them almost call by call, but, it happens a lot, it happens almost daily, but there's calls we do not take. And the problem is, somebody's gonna take that and it's either gonna be the sheriff's office or the state police will come back the next day, or when they can. I don't wanna say it's always the next day. And the sheriff has said, that's coming to an end, so.
Okay, so I think this is a good segue. Daniel, you'll find that philosophy shared across departments. Our DPW, as some of you may know, extended some time and some resources to the trailer parks during the flooding this last week, even though their infrastructure is not under our purview. But why? Because it was a
Good
safety
neighbor,
concern
yeah.
for our residents.
Yeah,
Right.
I agree.
So, and that brings us to DPW.
So now I'm going to say, Chief, thank you for your time, and your service, go for your jacket,
Good to go. Yeah, okay. Thank you, and you know what,
Who's on
thank you
call right
guys.
now? Just right now.
Do what's that?
Who's on duty right now?
I'll find out and let you know, I'll text you. But I appreciate it, council, and I appreciate the public for being here.
Thanks, Jerry.
Take care, Jerry.
Okay, cool. We've got several there.
He said you're already starting that up.
It's a rule here.
Thanks, Jerry.
Oh, it wasn't him, it was Tom. Buster.
Oh, yeah.
I got the hand control. You've got the firearm control, I got the hand
Madam
control.
President, I just need like 2 minutes. I promised Daniel I was gonna print something out and I forgot to print it out.
We're gonna take a 2-minute break, but don't go far. 2 minutes.
Sorry, I should have done that during the thing.
Shame on you, you got deducted 50 cents.
3 demerits.
Yep.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, okay, just hold on, I'm gonna do all, they're on different sheets, so.
I was trying to slack in.
Just.
What? Help me remember. He was just giving a talk when we got too far.
Never mind.
What? demand a recount or something.
I'm gonna print into the printer, but,
Yeah, I think I'll take you up on that, so I'll, let me compose an
Well, my
email.
phone's off if you texting me, so. Cause I'm gonna turn the thing on vibrate,
Yeah,
brand
I'm
new.
gonna send an email to Tim now, so I don't. forget.
Anybody in the audience at home that ought to turn an iPhone 17 on vibrate, let me know.
Can you ask Terry to do it? I mean, if we're talking about like.
Never thought about that. I tried silencing at my HTC meeting and things started going off.
roads,
Ask Terry to do it.
so all the major local are done on that, printed.
A lot of people that I've talked to in the county believe this is their way to defund the police by making them too expensive.
And I'm like, okay,
Public safety,
That is something
public
that,
safety,
oh, the sheriff's here.
I've heard that from officers.
Yeah, so I.
Yeah, that'd be defund. I think that'd make it so they're not trying to work as hard. I mean, to spread them so
Like,
thin.
I won't forget, like, matching the two marks.
Well, people can't afford to
That's not the insult, but.
perfect.
Well, then they need to do something.
spread it out over the state, and they're not gonna have.
Yeah, I think we all were on 4, and some of us were on 5 committees, and we're like, oh, that one doesn't really get used much, we just.
It might be getting used a lot too.
I think we had 2 on the
Hey,
previous
Siri.
term as well, so it's like, okay, if it
Hey,
works,
Siri.
but, yeah, now that we're using it.
Turn my phone on vibrate.
So, thank you.
I just wasn't sure if it was a mistake, I passed up on the website, people never typed in or
No,
whatever.
we just didn't wanna
I
overextend
think I
everybody,
broke my phone.
you know?
No, him and I made a version where I have notes on the side and I forgot to print out a copy for it.
I couldn't do
We
that.
did all of the work on a computer and then I forgot to print out
How do I turn my phone to vibrate?
and I printed out several. Unfortunately, the last one, I really know what we did to pull our notes off.
I can't believe it, actually, Siri, that.
That reminded me of Jessica, that reminded me of Jessica, she looks at you and she goes, pretend this is.
I do all the way down, but
Oh,
it's
yeah.
on my. I turned that all the way down there, but then when I get a notification.
But she doesn't
it goes
actually
off.
look at anything in my phone.
Right.
I'll be honest, this
threat of it.
It's a 17. It's a brand new iPhone and it's
Oh,
like,
that's why it's for this iPhone.
I'm an Android person.
well,
We don't
you
mind.
see what I got right there at HP, I do not like. Oh, I looked it up one time and it says
So
you just
that's,
press this button and that button. I'm
we've
like,
got-
well, that button don't do nothing. Because the button that
My
used to-
husband has an iPhone and I
buildings and
trying
grounds
to
is
figure
still
it
The
out.
button that used to do it is now controls my flashlight. So I'm like, what did I do wrong? My wife's like, you should have Apple set it up for you. I'm like, I don't want to spend more time.
Was it yesterday I saw you? Or 2 days ago?
2
days ago.
2 days ago, I believe.
Oh, no, I got it.
What are you spreading?
Are you gonna send me the
If we
video?
don't have it, I can always pull it up on the screen. We can.
Spreading out?
Yeah, spreading, what are you
What do you-
spreading out?
Why do you think I'm
He
spreading
flipped me
something out?
Yeah, I
off.
don't know.
Why do you think I'm spreading something? You can watch it.
There's something doing.
So right now, what I'm doing is,
Allow the police officers here.
what I think I'm doing
You know what?
is I've got this weed in my grass. And,
Is it sure it's weed?
Well,
Oh, it's probably weed.
no, a type of weed.
Oh, a type of weed.
But they got these bulbs on them, and I think it's the Star of Bethlehem weed.
Take this on the camera.
Are they small white flowers with 5 petals?
So I don't let them get
Well,
too
now,
far.
see, now it works.
Okay.
So, but they make so many bulbs under the ground, and if you hold them without digging the bulbs up,
Yeah,
they
but
just,
see, this,
they come,
this,
they
the last
stay
time
there,
I
they
did
just
that,
duplicate.
it didn't do that.
So I put poison on the weeds.
It went and told me
couple
that I
different
was
times. And
being
yesterday, if you
stupid.
saw me out there, I was down there with a shovel, digging out the
Are you guys
bulbs.
ready?
Click on it.
There you
Alright.
go.
Take your
I wish
seats.
Apple would take a bit from you.
Take a seat.
Hand me the microphone.
Drill sergeant voice.
Can somebody call me and make sure my vibrate now?
I have those in my yard, Jim. Don't kill them, they're pretty.
Oh, I just got a notification.
If you come do more on my grass, then you can do it.
I have them by my mailbox.
I don't know, President's asking for
Buster.
this, I don't know why.
Madam President?
The meeting is back. Take your seats.
I guess we could take it off the boom arm.
I think you should just hold it right up to us.
Yeah. Okay, so we're starting on Parks and Rec, I believe, all right. So,
If my phone goes off, I'm sorry.
first of all, this is Danny's first time as our utilities director doing the budget, so, him and I, we sat and went through a lot of it before, and then yesterday, just to make sure you're prepared, We sat almost all yesterday until about 6 p.m. just working, making sure, running through it, so he is ready to go and I'm confident.
All right, so mine looks a little different than Narsh's. I do have a ton of wish list items on here, so you are gonna have to cut some stuff, I'm sure. But there's things that need to be addressed that haven't been addressed, and we need to start really talking about these things. So let's get right into Parks and Rec. As you can see, really, go ahead.
Yeah, so again, as we go through all these, the wages, the FICA, some of those, the numbers will be, on the final one, it will be reflective of just the 3% increase and have exact numbers. Some of these were just approximates, just showing, hey, it's going to increase. We will have exact numbers. Again, across the board, wages will increase 3%, insurance will increase 15%, and FICA will be the 7.65% increase. So really, when we're going through a lot of these departments, those ones are less up for discussion, and it's really, we're going to be talking about the contractual expenses, the projects, and things like that.
So the first one that you'll see an increase in will be the contractual, so that's gonna be our porta johns, that's our mowing. And so we really need to be mindful, we did go out for RFPs on mowing, and the gentleman that was doing it last year was doing it very cheap. We're gonna see a huge increase for contractual mowing, so that's why you see an increase there. And then also park projects, that is a staggering amount, and I understand it is. We're trying to get some sort of funding together to continue with our 5-year improvement project at Ganshaw Park. So I did get bids from a few different services to continue with doing what we want to do there. One of them came back, Davy Resource Group, which is a very well-known entity for this type of work. They came back at like about a $60,000 estimate. So that's why you see that large increase in that line.
Just to assist him a little bit when he talks about the Ganshaw 5-year project, this is a DDA kind of funded thing where what they want to do is there are invasive cattails that line Bevins Lake there, and we want to basically get those cut down. But also in that process, we want to determine whether there used to be what's called a fen there, which is like just a specialized ecosystem, right, and they're to be protected. So we talked about it at our parks meeting, and we do want to figure out first, before we take out any of these invasives, whether that is a fen or not. My recommendation would be the $60,000 or whatever to split that with DDA, or maybe have them take a little bit of the bulk of it, because they do have such a larger budget than us.
I think they will have some of that expressed within theirs. I think we can cover that when we go through detail.
And I would say they probably started that project when I was on Parks, when they began the clear cutting and replacement of trees there. So the DDA did start that project. I'm sure they want to see it to the end.
Danny, can you cover so for others' understanding, because I totally know all about it, but what a fin is and all that?
So a fen is a naturally occurring ecosystem, specialized ecosystem. It has specialized, it has certain water temperatures coming out of the ground, is basically what it is. And it also has certain types of organic material in the ground itself. Now, the cattails that have taken over that area are invasive, and we do have to do something about it. The problem that we don't understand at this point is if the cattails have completely killed the fen, then it's time to really think about what we want to do with that area. We did get some bids to continue with finding out, doing an exploratory to see if it is a fen or not, and Parks is actively working on pulling the trigger on spending money there if we could.
What is it? Is it an acronym for something? What is
And
it?
this was something SISMA was working on too before SISMA lost their funding and became.
Correct. We were really leaning on SISMA for a lot of this, but their funding was wiped out. So we're hoping for them to get back on the bandwagon, but we don't know what county funding looks like yet for them.
Is there, I know that we've got some new members on Parks that have experience in grant writing. Have there been any relevant grants identified that they're applying for at this time?
Not in terms of that, not yet.
We have not had a conversation. I have not had a conversation with Jeff about possible grant
Parks has been looking at grants, and they had mentioned at the last couple meetings about different grants, but a lot of it, I think, was more focused on like playground, infrastructure,
Equipment,
things like that, equipment, I believe.
Yes,
So,
it was.
yeah.
And that's what most of our, like our $25,000 budget, you guys can see, we only spent $1,400 of it. Generally, Parks is very fiscally conservative when it comes to our budgets.
Like you have a choice.
Well, even with the small amounts that we get, we are still very protective over that money and over, the people's money. Things that we are looking forward to, just so that you guys are in the loop, we did just talk about getting some new toddler playground equipment to augment the playground there at Lakeside. We don't have enough, obviously, in our budget to create a whole tot lot, but we do want to kind of create these augmented pieces so that the younger ones, because that playground, for anybody who doesn't know, is built more between 5 and 11-year-olds. There's nothing really for the little guys, so we're focusing on that. We've also talked about putting a removable dock at Lakeside. We have problems with people who are putting their boats in the water, and then as they're pulling them out, we have a pad that's there, but the way that they're spinning their tires, now there's a giant drop off there, and it creates kind of an issue. We're hoping,
Yes, they're power.
that's the fancy term, spinning the wheels. But we're looking at putting in like a removable dock alongside of that so that we might not have those issues. Plus, it will help people who want to access the water via paddleboard, kayak, or just maybe to fish. So
You're talking about the regular boat launch.
the regular boat launch
Okay.
there, yep.
Okay.
Who really uses that? Do we know who uses the boat launch?
I do.
I do, yeah.
There's a lot of people that use it.
I mean, do we think it's residents or non-residents mainly?
Both.
I would say both, yeah, but probably heavily more,
I would think it's
more local, and honestly, like, a lot of the kids go there to just swim in the water.
At the boat launch?
Yeah, which is really not supposed to, but, yeah, there's a lot of local people that use that. And then the removable docks that we're talking about are used at, like, Seven Lake State Park. You can kind of go and see what those
The sled
ideas
type?
are.
Yes, where you like drive.
I don't,
Exactly.
they used to have signs up
It's
there
not
at that boat
permanent, it's
launch,
not a
no
permanent
swimming.
structure.
I don't know
Yeah,
if they still,
I'm wondering if we
Yeah,
should
but they don't
probably
have to
do
have.
that.
because they used to have them.
So
I think they're down.
What happens if the cattails aren't dealt with? Is that an answer that we know yet?
So they did talk about that a little bit, SISMA did, when we started having these conversations, they did say, eventually they'll just kind of keep taking over the lake, and, so it is something that needs to be dealt with.
Okay, so unlike police and administration, this one we're gonna have to revisit when we have more.
I do have a couple questions, and maybe we can go to Parks. So,
Can I say one thing before we move on? So, speaking to what Amber had talked about, buying new equipment this year, they are looking at that. We're hoping to get it on the next Parks agenda to fully approve all of that. We did approve all of it, but we did not have 3 quotes, so we're kind of redoing that process real quick in order to get some of their Parks budget spent down this year, because next year we are gonna look at doing soft fall chips after July, and that's a very large expenditure that's gonna eat up most of their budget for next year. So we're trying to give the residents something as well as continue with the safety needed there.
Can you speak a little bit to what soft fall chips are?
Soft fall chips are an engineered wood chip that's required for us to have underneath the play equipment, and that is why the large expense comes in, because it comes with a whole workup of how they're made and the, lack of a better term, springiness of them, so that they are safety required.
Splinter free.
Yeah.
for Bush Lake, so Bush Lake is an Oakland County lake. So how much of the responsibility for cattail management would fall under Oakland County?
That's Bevins.
Bevins.
Bevan, I'm sorry, Bevan, but Bevins is Oakland County lake as well. Both of
Correct.
them are.
Right, and it
So
would be
isn't
part of
Bevins the
that.
Patterson Drain Lake?
But I mean, it's an Oakland County. My question is, how much of the cattail management could we get support from the Water Resource Commission or those, as it's their lake?
So it would have been SISMA,
Yeah.
and that's what we've been leaning on originally, but their funding has been pulled.
Yeah.
So we could talk to the Drain Commission if there is any sort of funding available for invasive species management. That is not-
Again,
Is
because
it-
they are
anything
a partner,
we've
an owner of it, yeah.
Isn't Jim Nash the
Mhm.
water resource, so could we ask them for for some of the things that we need done?
I think that's, I was just saying, like, as we're looking at this particular question about the cattails.
Well, and could we potentially, like how we have with the mill pond, where the people that surround that, could you do maybe a potential special assessment to help with that as well?
I mean, they already do a special assessment for some of that for Bevins and I think Bush Lake, for some, but that should be done by Oakland County because it's in Oakland County Lake. So that was like, they should be the one that would be managing that. And that's why I think that some of these discussions on if we're doing the stuff within the lake, we need to do it through the Water Resource Commission or the Drain Commission.
I was told that lake is the Patterson Drain Lake, that's where it stops at, basically.
Yeah, it goes quite a ways down through.
So,
I was gonna say another resource the Parks Commission can look into for grants. I know sometimes the DNR has grants available.
That's
Oh,
what I
yeah.
was just
Yeah.
gonna say.
Playground
Yeah.
and all that.
Yeah, oh, yeah, we're already on top of that. Been on top of that.
Okay.
so as we're talking about grants, so, and I've mentioned it at meetings, and I really, like,
working on that.
we just have, the problem, a lot of the problem is just grant research. Like, one thing that I don't have in my account line that I would love to do, and we've talked about many times, is I would love to have an assistant of some sort that I could like, it's just not realistic right now to really even, to request it, but so that we can do some of this research, so we can do like a lot of this work, that would hopefully pay dividends on some of these grants and the actual administration of, the grants.
What about a intern?
I'm already working that. So with Michigan Works, I've already started working with Nick, who everyone knows here, who works there. I've already kind of submitted the requirements, and they're offering to pay an intern to come work for me, and I want to do it more project-based, like, hey, well, I want you to do grant management, I want you to do depot use, do these things, and bringing someone on board that can just help alleviate some of that. Because as I said often, is like, I could be here 24 hours a day, and I would never run out of things to do because things get piled on as fast as they get removed off of the table. And that's just the nature of the job, no matter what community this would be. And just the fact that we don't have a full-time planner, we don't have, full-time anyone, when all the things we talk about doing, it's, it's the people at this table are the ones doing it. So,
All right, so are there any further questions on parks?
Basically a dumb question, I guess you could say.
you don't need to qualify your question, Martin. There's no dumb questions here. So
This one's gonna be kind of.
It's okay, we all have dumb questions, it's okay.
But what happens if we had a Lone Ranger resident who decided to go out to the cattails and just whack them all down?
They would get an Eagle violation.
Yeah.
I'm saying, but that wouldn't fall, it would fall on
Daniel.
us. No, I want to make that 100% clear.
Don't even
Not
do that.
me.
Don't even do that.
Not me, even though everybody probably thought, oh,
They
he's
could
gonna
get
be the one to do it.
some serious fines.
from both us and
Big time.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I just want anybody else. who
Don't
can
even
see
pick
me
a
and Lone
cattail.
Ranger, Don't do that, because
Get
it's mess
caught.
up things.
All right, so that one we'll need to revisit after we get more budget
I
information.
did have one more for parks. This is not reflected on here. I would love, and I've mentioned it to the Parks Commission, and again, this hasn't been sold to Parks Commission yet, but I would love to see some type of way that we could do more usage of Cyclone Park. First of all, we have a parking need here for us, as we've seen for any kind of meetings. We don't have enough parking spaces to fit the people that are here. I would love to see, I've kind of given some ideas, hey, what if we just did a parking strip that connects down to Baird, just on the side and do additional screening. How can we utilize the space more? The other day in fact, I think Friday when I was here, there was a family of 5 out there playing baseball together. And this is the most people I've ever seen in the park in the 15 months here, besides for vintage baseball. And so how can we utilize it? As if we were to put up a little amphitheater, did Concert in the Parks, try to draw people into this section. How would there's some ecological things that we have to do. We've talked to Roe about, hey, what would it look like to fix some of our drainage issues out here. So we've kind of looked at what those prices would be. I would like to, I'm going to continue to talk to Parks Commission about that to see if we can, sell them on some of these ideas. But this park is completely underutilized throughout the year.
What about pavilions?
And there's all kinds of ideas. I'm also going to try to reach out to Cyclone Fence Company, who have a long history here at Cyclone Park, to see if they would be interested in sponsoring any of this kind of activity as well. I always hear some cool stories about I don't know how true this is, but when the circus was here, park was apparently used to house the sick elephants and giraffes and such. How cool is that? That we have this right here. So But anyways, yeah, I would like to see how, I've talked about maybe if we had more parking and strip. We are running out of space for the farmer's market down at Crapo Park because of the depot move. We've lost, what was parking over there was never legal parking. They can't utilize that side because of overnight parking. We've restricted more of their space. This would be a great place to do that, to draw more people into this. And then we're not also putting some of that strain on our downtown businesses that aren't as big of a fan of the farmer's market, food trucks and stuff. And it would allow them to have their own kind of space, and because they also are at venue 111 during the winter, so they're just kind of, hey, we're just moving across the street really for that. Just ideas that I've kind of pitched to Parks Commission. Haven't really had them bite hard on it yet, so, but things that we can talk about in the future.
We got no money.
Yeah.
But I would love, because for the last 3
Welcome to
years,
the club.
we have been talking about fixing the bridge at Waterworks.
That is-
I want to see that done this year.
That was
Perfect.
voted on at the last meeting.
It's been voted on for like 3 meetings, and prior to Danny, the ball was dropped, I
Right.
watched it.
Same
3
thing with
times.
playground
Yes,
equipment.
yep.
Playground equipment
I wanna
was
see this
approved
happen.
2 years ago and we never got it, so yes. Moving forward, I think
Yep.
we'll do a better job of that.
So along with all the budgets that we will look at, Lisa and I have talked about doing somewhat of a, this is all a possibility, but for each line item that we need to start saving some money for any possible grant funding in the future. So what we would do is every account has a fund balance, correct? And so what we would do is we would actually have a second fund balance that would be specifically allocated to grant matching opportunities. Now, like Tim pointed out, a lot of our budgets may not have a surplus at the end of the year. We'll be lucky to break even, right? But if there is a possibility that we could start putting away for possible grant matches, I would really like to see that happen because we run into that a lot. We don't have a project that's engineered, or we don't have the grant matching funds in order to do that, where if we simply started to try to put some away in an account somewhere, it would certainly open up the opportunity for some grant matching in the future.
And this ties into our capital improvement plan, which Councilman
Right,
Ryan
which,
was talking
like,
about.
like Regina is working on right now, talking about DNR grants, like, we're looking at potentially, like, completely redoing that bathroom at Lakeside. You can't do that with a $25,000 budget. So that's where we're talking about, hey, can we save $5,000 every year, so we can get that bulk money up to kind of, replace these infrastructure things that we just really need. That bathroom, I couldn't even tell you how old that bathroom is. It was there since I've been a kid, so.
1870.
1870.
So that's quite the predicament. The more money you have, the more grants you can get. It's just, it's really expensive to be poor.
Yeah.
All right, cemetery, if there's no more questions on parks. All right, cemetery it is.
Cemetery, and so this is not a discovery, but it was something that was kind of pointed out to Parks Commission at a recent meeting is, hey, did you guys know that the cemetery falls under the Parks Commission for budgetary and all of this? So they've kind of now understood that and had a re-looked at that. I don't think they've actually the Parks Commission hasn't looked at the cemetery budget or that, but Danny has been working out with them about, hey, this is the expectation moving forward. So
So what does that mean?
So as far as
It means like we're going to, like how we do parks, we assist Danny with different projects that we would like. It would be the same thing for cemetery where we would, when we do our park walkthrough, we would walk through the cemetery and say, hey, we might need a new roof on the mausoleum or
Is that normal?
budget recommendation, that's in our charter. I mean,
Is our charter?
Yeah,
Yep.
written as such.
our ordinances,
Yeah, it is.
Ordinance or charter?
Ordinance.
Ordinance.
Yeah, I'd have to look, but yeah.
It is ordinance that we're.
And has
in
it
the cemetery
gone
board.
untended to for how long?
Yes, it's
Yes.
gone.
Yes. Yes.
So
Yes,
this
it
as
is.
well as the tree board, that's.
Do you guys want this stuff?
I don't know who else would take it. Oh, I mean, I guess DPW could just keep it, but like,
It's what's historically happened. Brian has always just kind of run the budget for the cemetery, but it would be great if it's in the ordinance that we have some sort of input from a board.
Yeah, it makes sense to have a board there.
The
We don't have-
parks, though?
Lakeside and everything.
I mean,
it's
It is
right
a
next to
park.
Lakeside
without having
Park.
I mean, so it's a
dedicated
road, you guys
cemetery-
don't do roads.
Without having a dedicated cemetery board, I think Parks is the one that makes more sense to give policy recommendations towards council to give to us as far as like future use of it. Because in a way, it is a park. I mean, it is
Right.
Lakeside Park.
People
ordinance was previously ignored, so let's at least try it for a while, see how it goes, and then report back.
So does that mean ordinance should meet on that and make it official?
It's already in our ordinance.
It's already in the ordinance.
But
It would-
Jim was suggesting like maybe we have a cemetery board that meets whenever it needs to meet and just redo that work.
We don't have enough volunteers to go around as it is, so we're.
Well, I
just
didn't say that, Tom.
I know,
didn't say that.
Oh.
I was just, yeah, you're right.
I mean, historically too, we paid enough in taxes to cover full-time employees in the cemetery.
Right.
So this is so easy.
We could have 1 mil for cemetery.
We
have some
possibilities.
All right, there's
Could.
3 things that went up a little bit, I mean, not a whole lot, but utilities went up $2,000, is that just because of the increase in,
So utilities went up due to the fact I'm trying to get records keeping updated up there, so we need to get current internet service up there. The only way to do that is either gonna be redo the hard line up there because we're having issues with it, or we do, cell service with the hotspot.
okay,
So that's been quoted out and that's.
Why
where the-
utilities and
What,
communication.
what about?
and communications,
Is
and
that
then,
really? I'm sorry.
I wasn't done yet.
I'm sorry.
So does that explain communications as well?
Correct.
And then what about contractual, that went up at
So
2,000?
contractual is gonna be for trees. As you know, we went out for an RFP this year on trees,
Pontum as well.
and Pontum. So, those 2 things, that's why it increased there.
Which is our cemetery software.
We're gonna see increasing costs everywhere,
So there's
once we
really-
start doing these RFPs, so.
There's really no wish list to revisit on this one, this is just kind of, it is what it is.
What about using CDBG funds for communications? Can we allocate any of that towards like,
So,
because it does fall into that district.
well,
It's
yeah, it is,
what
okay.
it's
It does.
So CDBG has to be specifically used for low to moderate income housing, like stuff needs. So I don't know how we can do that, I mean.
It's housing in a way.
I don't know how we can tie it specifically to that. Now, there might be, like, depending on if we're doing it as a park, if we're saying we're doing it for park needs, then we might be able to do it because it is utilized for people within that park. It depends on what the expenses are and how they're gonna be utilized, I think would be the answer to that.
Okay.
And we have to, for CDBG funding, we also have to, like predict out, like, there's only so much CDBG we can get every year for different things. And so if we're looking to use it for HIA, or if
Yeah.
we're looking to use it for this or that, like, it always restricts it down and more what we can utilize it for.
And we're getting about, roughly about 20 grand, so it's not a lot of money.
And it has so many restrictions, not restrictions, like Davis-Bacon, prevailing wages, all of these things. So like, again, we have a $40,000 sidewalk project we get approved for CDBG. It's a 75 to 80 grand project at the end of the day because of all the restrictions that come with it. And so that's a reason we've had in the past trouble spending CDBG monies because of the reporting requirements. That's the reason Ohio was having issues because they would have to, like, if they were getting money from us for CDBG, it wasn't like, hey, here's just a check for $2,500. It was, you have to literally show us which homes within our CDBG district are receiving this service in order to get reimbursed for these expenses.
And not only that, what race they are, what nationality they are, there's so much more requirements now, it's not like it was before.
Any further questions on
Yeah.
parks?
Yes.
What do you got?
Are there-
Cemetery.
Sorry, yeah.
It's part of the cemetery, it's part of parks now,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's perfectly accurate to our president.
Fair enough.
Easy.
Talking about communications, I know Mr. Walker had mentioned previously, our prior village manager, had mentioned internet or a camera system out at Lakeside Park, and internet was one of the issues. So I went out there and looked, and there's a straight line of sight to our big water tower at the DPW. Are there other sites around that could benefit from point-to-point links? Just put a dish up on or an antenna up on top of our water tower, we could point it back. So, for instance, the wastewater treatment plant only had one internet provider, and if that goes down, you'd have issues.
I don't know about cameras, but one thing that I know that you're going to mention later is about getting the radio system back up. So, and
I guess I'm confused with your question. Is
So
having,
you-
like,
so you want-
Wi-Fi village-wide
No,
services? So-
no, point to point. So you have 1 point here and 1 point here. This point here is the park, this point here is the water tower.
you have
So
to have line of sight.
you just aim it at each other.
Right.
And that way, if you're having to spend money already on infrastructure at the cemetery, maybe there's other points around the village that would be, we could spend and do it all at one time.
That's a good idea.
So point to point is something to look into.
And I know in terms of cameras too, it was either Haya or Holly Area Community Coalition,
Yeah.
that they talked about potentially doing some cameras, but I thought it was at Crapo.
It was in the downtown. They were talking about doing it, they were looking at getting us, we were doing that in conjunction with the police and the community coalition, and they basically, their funding for it fell off. We had quotes all done, their funding fell off, so we said, hey, we punted it over to the DDA and said, if this is something you want to proceed, or, to have, then it would have to be a DDA-led thing, since, the grant funding from them fell through, so, to the community coalition.
Does it make sense, the point-to-point thing, basically?
I understand what you're saying. I just don't know, but I also don't know how much technology has evolved that, or the point-to-point thing is maybe irrelevant and something that if we're using like satellite Wi-Fi at the, or if we have Wi-Fi at the cemetery, if like some technology has evolved in that we don't initially need to have line of sight for things, but it could. We haven't really looked into what the other needs are.
Like the T-Mobile one's $50 a month. And I think it's $50 a month for,
T-Mobile?
yeah, T-Mobile, and their antenna's on top of the water tower.
Does 50 months a month, 50
50
months a buck, does $50 a month carry over when it goes from individuals to municipalities?
I'm pretty confident that I talked to them at their business at T-Mobile, and it was very reasonable.
There's Starlink in the area too, like there's multiple ones you can,
That's expensive.
it is to set up but not to run.
And we have certain
It's not like
requirements too.
they're
It's like
and
$200 a month.
Lisa, Danny, myself,
They're not
all the
streaming video.
the chiefs, we've had, there are certain requirements whenever we're using something for, like our utilities, our police or fire, they have to have certain levels of redundancies on their systems that we have to like maintain for, you know, if, like, because we're looking at, all right, can we get rid of some of these copper lines? That is like at the wastewater plant. Well, no, we have to have it for this. Or if you don't have to have it if you have this redundancy that will allow ongoing service if the power goes out. And so the same thing with our emergency services as
Right.
well.
Buster, what was your question?
Never mind.
To bring back the point that I think Jim mentioned earlier, how we can like have a millage for the cemetery, have we considered doing that and getting it out of our general millage for everything else?
I mean, so it's something we talked about last year when we were doing these, is that basically as long as you're tying expenses to the cemetery, you can go up to a mill without doing a special assessment, essentially without going to vote, doing anything other than just like by rights as a municipality. There's certain requirements you have to do it. You have to prove you're doing expenses there, all of that. I think that when we discussed it last year, it was really, hey, we're already doing this other special assessment right now for police and fire. Like, we didn't really, we were like, hey, let's limit how many different other assessments we're stacking. But, I mean, if it's representative of the expense, if we can do it, it's a conversation that we should probably have, especially in the
I
growth.
like it.
Yeah.
I
Especially if we're looking at possibly digitizing all the records in the future, that's gonna be costly. If we can have it just where it's a little bit more than what we're spending, but we have that savings building up year after year from just that budget, and then we can in the future actually digitize everything.
I think that, and I know this is looking way ahead, like, if we ever, I would like to see, personally, as we like look at millages going forward, if we ever do cityhood and stuff, and we redo charter things, rather than having just a general fund millage, that we have it broken down more, so like we have a police, fire, all of it, so it's representative, so it shows, like, you know, every different department you're getting it for cemetery and all of that, rather than just having general fund. It makes it harder for finance keeping, because we can't just throw like money around, but it is very transparent to everyone, like exactly where their money's coming from, when they get millage increases and all of that. We want to, one of the things that we want to do is potentially move police and fire out of our general fund and have it in its own fund, so that when we are getting these public safety assessments, they can be on that. That doesn't answer the question you're
Right, yeah, I'm not expecting it to be done like this
Yeah.
budget cycle by
No, but it's a good idea.
June
It should
Yeah.
be.
21st, but something to look into, so once we have it prepared, all the legal stuff ready for finance and reform, we can implement it.
Yeah, I think the hard piece is that public conversation, the education piece, because, you know, change is difficult and lack of public trust is an issue right now, but I think it's for the best for the community. I'd be willing to stand next to it.
It's gonna be
I'd
another
rather see
special
roads than
assessment where all
cemetery.
the letters have to go
I
out.
mean, don't.
Right.
For cemetery money, yes.
I'm not against a special assessment for
looked into the software for digitation. So the one I looked at was like $1,500.
Quantum, we already have it here.
Oh, it's here?
It's about getting it at the cemetery itself.
It's here in this building, like
Yeah,
literally,
and
like, we have-
what it is right now is that I have, told the staff that going forward now, because we had to get an upgrade, it wasn't being utilized properly. I says, let's now start putting everything into the system, let's scan it in and have it digitized. However, there's filing cabinets of paperwork that's old and decrepitated, and we gotta try to preserve that and then try to get that digitized.
This is
My
like-
name's on
With
one of
Daniel's
those.
family in there.
Yeah,
that's
I'm
why.
one of those, I got called to order.
Mr. Wendell.
So this is the kind of, that is the exact kind of project that I would love to have, like an intern,
Interns.
that we could utilize the intern for this project. It's, very, clearly defined, this is your role, this is how we want you to do data entry for this. And it's a specific project like that, that one that honestly, front staff doesn't have time to do. And, it just laborious, just to go through all of it. And I'd rather have something, this is your focus, you have the next 4 months to digitize all of this. And I think that would be a great use of an intern. Since we have Quantum, we have CityWorks, we have these things that kind of tie together. We don't need to get new software for it because it already exists. We just haven't been utilizing what we have to extent. And Danny and I have talked about that a lot with CityWorks too, which is another piece of software that we want to incorporate more into our GIS. And he's been great. He's already been having conversations with the SimCop GIS, with the University of Michigan Flint GIS coordinators, and how we can better utilize those systems as well. But that's for another line items and such. So,
I would also like to point this will help, digitizing stuff will help us in the future as well, for even just FOIA requests, because now we have a library, we just go in, get it, and spend, I think, several hours looking through boxes, we spend 20 minutes looking through a database.
So,
Yeah, people can go to.
Wow.
themselves.
Yeah,
people can look at it themselves and we don't have to utilize it.
There's that wish list. No, I'm just kidding.
one other thing on there though, it's a very small amount, but I wanna make sure it's not a typo, it says unemployment comp. Now, usually that's unemployment insurance.
Sorry, do you know where you're looking?
It's,
This
the
one.
third one down.
Third line
it's
down.
$0.
It's $0, but this is a line item, I wanna make sure it wasn't just,
The only reason that's on there is because there was previous activity on it. In 24.25, there's $1.25.
I know that's, because I know in all the other ones we have workman's comp.
Yeah,
It's there at $0, so that way we need to make.
I think he's saying that the other one had workman's comp versus unemployment comp.
Thank
It
you,
was
yes,
two
yes.
separate line items, yeah.
if we were to look at the budget for the last 10 years, there would probably be 10 more line items on here. And because there are line items that are just inactive that we're not utilizing. But basically, I just kept anything, if it had activity in the last, since 24, I kept it on just to have some, hey, this is something we did in the past. But there's other ones that we haven't utilized, but maybe we want to use. Like, is there a subscriptions line that we're not using here? That
Well,
we
just
could.
to be more transparent, so parks and the cemetery, these are the seasonal workers that only come in from, what is it, May to October-ish?
Those are the wages there.
Yeah, those are their wages. So they're just seasonal people that come in for we'll call it the summer.
So we don't have workman's comp on those guys then, or?
No, we don't have to provide benefits
Yeah,
because
we don't
they're
have to
part-time.
provide benefits.
Well, I thought workman's comp was
Workers'
required.
comp, it's probably embedded into another fund. It's probably not here, being that, like I said, they're seasonal.
Okay.
Because they're on there, it's just that they're not.
And there's going to be additional requirements, for example, like ESTA within the Earned Sick Time Act. Any employees, even part-time, that have over 90 days of employment have to be able to earn a certain amount of sick time. And so some of those, they've been calculated in, but not necessarily like reflective of it because of.
I'm just saying, because we got, on the first sheet we had everybody's percentages of what it was, so I just want to make sure everybody's getting the proper assessment of the pie of each thing.
And some of that is, because like when you get to DPW, you get to the other ones, we don't necessarily typically have emergencies that we need to have, like, overtime, for example, at the cemetery. Where when you go to like winter maintenance or winter roads, of course we're gonna have overtime and, people coming in to plow and do things like that. But, in our parks, there's a potential we could have, someone come in if there's an emergency, but cemetery.
I guess just really not being, because we have wages part-time. And it's been a long time since I've dealt with anything with businesses, I part-time wages, you still had to pay workman's comp on a,
They do, they're just billing it in a different.
that's what I'm saying, but shouldn't they bill it into this, so that way then that frees up that little bit of the pie?
I believe, again, when they come in and do their audit, the workman's comp audit, I think, like, again, they take the wages and then they put them under a line item, so I don't think that they break it out here, they break it out.
It might be like in the
It might be
DPW general.
Okay, but that's, I mean, I just wanna make sure it's broke out, so we're not like,
Yeah.
not that we do it deliberately, but it's not something I go over.
So what's the answer? Is it broken out under DPW?
Yes.
Thank you.
probably is
Let's move on.
Thank you.
Building and grounds.
Okay.
All right, looks like there's two big ones. We went down 10,000 on contractual, and we're looking at adding $135,000 to capital improvement.
And these red, are these, because this is expenditures, are these overpayments, or this is a plus for us, not a
That's a
negative?
plus.
Yeah, that is plus. Let me pull up that one and maybe,
What'd you sell, Danny?
I've sold it.
this might be a funds transfer or something, and I'll pull it up and have Lisa look over my shoulder in a second and kind of tell me if there's something that she knows about this one. This is where are we at? We're at buildings ground, right? Not building fund, it's building grounds. What number is that? That's 265. 265. Get rid of that one. Get rid of that one.
Let's take a 10-minute break.
Sorry.
Microphones are still on, just so everyone knows.
I was just about to tell you, you have 5 minutes.
So,
I was just about to do this.
it was a year in.
Ready for lunch?
I had lunch.
You only have building and ground?
Yeah.
You said something, I couldn't wait.
137,558. Year-end entry.
I agree.
When did I next ask Lisa? Probably. To reverse adjustment of 43 year-end entry.
We still don't have, okay, well, this is the total amount, what is that?
Is that maybe previous year?
Probably do.
Not this year, the previous year?
It happened July 1st of 2025.
But that's what I'm saying, I wonder if they put something in this account under the previous year, the auditors came in and took it out and they had to reclassify it.
What is YE?
Year-end.
Year-end, okay.
And so that's what I'm wondering if, you know,
we don't have,
it
they
takes
projected
me back to that.
And that is for the actual budget. So when he takes all of our input for what we want to do,
I came out of
the
the
projected
local and.
and the projected cost will be in the actual budget that we.
We don't know.
Maybe workshop.
So it was an auditor adjustment. So from,
Yeah,
correct.
until it's agreed with better.
Sure, you still-
And then the total amount that I had to pay out.
Okay, all right, so that's the answer. It's kind of what I assumed when I looked at it yesterday, but we were fine.
Hey, Lynn? Hey, this is Buster. Hey, is Bill around?
No, they put it into here.
Oh, you guys are out
Where
and
did they
about?
take it from again? Because it's a positive.
Oh, are you? Hey, before, are you going someplace real
No,
quick?
It's a negative number to the expenditures, so it's a
I
positive.
mean,
Expenses are a positive,
okay.
expenditures, and it's a negative number.
Okay, could you stop, could you guys grab the keys and let my dog out real quick? Cause I can't get away from this budget thing right now.
Correct, the credit means they took the expense away.
Thank you so much, okay?
Not when we're looking at expenditures, credits or expenditures, credits or.
Yeah, we're still here. Okay, thank you. All right, yeah, bye-bye.
Oh, taking it out of the expense, but it's not taking the money away, it's taking the expense away. I see what you're saying. We're saying the same thing, but opposite.
They would have had it debited somewhere else, that's what I'm trying to say.
They
So
they're
funded it.
So it's coming from 101 to 265, or is that, no,
saved us from having an extra 20-minute conversation.
Oh, man.
zero project costs? No, that's good too.
Well, just, I mean, I don't wanna be the one to feel like I'm asking
Oh.
dumb questions, you know?
No, it comes to money, there are no dumb questions.
I caught you.
If you wouldn't have been there, then I would have.
Huh?
I was gonna work with you, you ruined my work.
All right, we're on building and grounds. Can I see you for a second? We're about to go back in the meeting. We're about to go back into our meeting. So, there's a poster on Facebook, is that true? That projecting revenue.
Post on Facebook, is it true? Probably not.
It's that, and what I stated in the meeting was that Ben Griffin came in and said that you said that anything that has to do with assessing needs to go through the township supervisor. That's what he said to us. And that's, we're gonna, you have to contact you.
I don't have nothing.
We were scheduled a meeting. And we got- Yeah.
Well, there's your total.
Yeah.
I don't
So
want
then we're working with the
Well, I don't wanna get into no situations or be any kind of hoggy-washy crap.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ding, 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 ding.
Yep, back to it. We left off at
Buildings and grounds.
Buildings and grounds.
Buildings and grounds.
So, do you have anything on wages or anything? Everything there is pretty standard.
Yep.
The first increase you'll see is for communications. Lisa and I and Tim have been working with our current phone providers. We're trying to cut down on our phone bills, but we are gonna see an increase in communications for buildings and grounds there on our phone bills. So there's a little increase there.
I will say that there's one change, kind of how we're looking at buildings and grounds going forward, and some of this is that previously, so buildings and grounds department, it covers all buildings owned by the village. Police station, fire station, all of those. So if we're doing a capital improvement to any building, it should be under here, not necessarily under the police budget or the fire budget, because it's improving a building. We're not there yet with all of this, that's not what it's represented, but we are kind of moving towards, all right, Danny is responsible for all of our buildings, and so it should be, part of his budget to allocate, funding for the different, if it's a police department building, unless it's, a specific improvement to the jail cell, something like that, that's, a police function, if it's an improvement to the building, a furnace replacement, those kinds of things, it should be in the buildings and ground department, not necessarily on the on the police budget.
Yeah, we'd like to see a little change there, future. So repairs and maintenance, you'll see we're keeping somewhat the same. We have a few projects here at the village offices we'd like to see done. Primarily help with the freezing of our water line, our incoming water line. We do see that as a problem. So we do need to rework the water closet, and that's just one of the things we need to do. Project costs there, you see I'm asking for quite a bit. Why am I looking at something different?
Wait, where are you looking at something different than what we have here?
Capital improvement.
was really large.
Project cost you.
What is different for the one you have?
So I think that was the question about the project
Is that an old one
cost.
we
So
have?
Yeah, like the
what
ones on
happened
Oh,
was,
that's an old
in
one,
the
yeah.
previous year, they had, gotten a state grant for something, and it was put in there, and the auditors did a year-end journal entry last year, but it was in the year before, to take it out of the state grant and put it in here. So this amount had seen, this line item had seen a large amount that shouldn't have.
Yeah, this is not, that's not the most updated one that you're looking at. I got, hold on. So, I'm sorry, this is my fault. Him and I had different versions of these notes, and I gave him the older version that we had done. Let me see if I can find it.
So part of,
Here. I think I got it, so. The buildings and grounds, there you go. And I can print it off for you too, but.
that's fine, we can just look at it for a year
Yeah.
from now.
So, sorry, printing it. Okay, go ahead, you can use that. Okay.
Trying to get my, she's a burger or something, so it's high sugar.
So is this 117
You getting something to eat?
under project
Oh,
costs in the
okay.
red? That is a plus. But it's,
That technically, so your expenses, think of it as like a debit.
right.
And that is actually a credit, because what happened is it means that it was put into the project cost from the previous year, and it should have been taken out of the state grants and not put there, so the auditor
So
should
it
be
is
your
a
journal entry.
Are
I'm
there
just looking
project
at
costs that
15.
we can't do?
Lisa?
Because that grant
Lisa?
was taken out?
Yes,
Right, the grant, yeah, was 137, so it was probably 20,000-ish.
I'll pull up the activity right now, and I'll just put it on the screen.
I was mostly really looking around, I feel that number could
Okay, go
be
ahead.
off. And there's
I'm
actually-
still just a little, it's
Yeah,
like my,
it's about 20
I'm
grand.
shaky, a little, like something's not right. I'm not having like those kind of things, but just something else.
So some of the project costs that we've done in the past, we do gutters
too much
at the
camping,
police
yeah.
department, we do
I don't
gutters
know if we got
here.
watering around here or not, so.
The
Do
DPW
you
got
need
a
a bottle
furnace.
of water that's not open? You can have it.
Here, we'll pass it, we'll pass it.
Oh, shoot, I have a whole thing, a case of waters in the car that I forgot to bring in.
Good job, Tim.
I could
This is
use
all
it, maybe I'm
girl.
going on a caffeine overdose here, you know?
So I'm gonna,
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
so here is literally all the activity on that account. And I'm gonna grab that case of waters if you wanna, if there's actually nothing's, that's all that's there. So that is everything that's been taken out of that account, so you can kind of look at it. I'm going to go grab that case of waters.
That is
So-
garbage.
The
You're not gonna have to-
137 is what they took out for the state grant, the other grants. And then everything on the debit side, they make it bigger. That's what,
Yeah, I can't
that's
Or scroll down to the bottom so you see like the bottom number for the debits. I think it had all the math done for us, yeah, right there.
yeah, so that's what, 21,000, yeah.
I don't know how to,
No, I can make it out, barely, but I can make it out.
And as Danny was saying, the gutters, I think, isn't that like the gutters are in there for like, is that the one that's like 9?
Yeah, right there
Yeah.
is the gutter.
The gutters came out.
well, that's removing the furnaces,
Right, so-
that's the gutters for,
So just, we're not expecting a whole lot of project costs this year.
Well, we do have some, but again, we need to keep it where it is if we can, because we do have some expenditures gonna be happening.
Does this give you a little padding for unexpected?
Not much.
Not much, okay. So, let's
Part of what Lisa and I are working on currently is, DPW building has some storm damage from the previous storms. I have siding coming off the building, the roof was damaged as well, so we're working with our insurance company to file a claim for that. Hopefully, we could see some of that happen, because that's gonna be a very large expenditure if we have to cover it, so.
if we cover it, can insurance,
Reimburse.
thank you,
I'm meeting
Yeah.
with an insurance adjuster on Friday,
okay,
so we're gonna find out very quickly what's gonna happen there.
all right.
And if anyone's curious
What-
what our activity is so far on it, we're at about 93,000
At what?
for the activity through,
So far to this month,
93,000?
yeah. If you want to compare it to like the previous activity of 238.
Wait,
I must be lost somewhere.
he's saying that our current month, our expenditures
Yeah,
are
taking
$93,000 already.
not
Oh,
considering that
okay.
and adding 21
He's
into
taking
it.
the $137,000
Out of it, yeah.
grant out of there and then
Yeah.
getting
Oh,
the
okay.
number, yeah.
So,
117,000?
and then the big one, the capital improvements, what are,
So capital improvement, I need a salt shed direly.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, you know what, there's some side conversations, and Daniel, this is really important, because this is the DPW, or sorry, the building and ground wish list, so I really need to hear him. Go ahead, Daniel.
So we need a salt shed direly. We're having structural issues, we're starting to really see some effects of rainwater coming in, it ruins the salt, so we can't keep things dry. So that's where the primary cost comes in. Obviously, the previous amended budget of 40,000 we need to keep for other capital improvements throughout, but the $60,000 plus increase would cover a lot of the salt shed repairs. If not, we're gonna have to, well, no, I shouldn't even say
It's
Isn't-
135,000.
Dan, isn't it also because Eagle's telling us because of the water back there, we have to move that shed?
Well, that'll be the conversation once we start actually in the design process of what needs to happen.
It's not only the-
Anytime you're within 500 feet of a waterway, which the river directly runs, behind the DPW yard there, if you're within 500 feet of water, it will require some sort of Eagle permit, if they allow us to build it in the same spot that it is now. If not, we have to get out of that 500 feet, which may put it directly up into my parking lot.
Right.
Of the DPW.
Could we just refurbish 49% of it?
If we can, we're gonna try, but again, I can't, I mean, the posts, it's a pole structure, the posts are breaking, we tried to fortify it and do repairs. Last season, I was a part of that, and those repairs failed, and we had to stack concrete blocks behind it so that we didn't have a blowout on the backside.
Well, this salt shed is how old?
I can't tell you.
Yeah, it's been there, right, like,
What did you ask, Shannon?
how old is this salt shed?
How
It's gotta be,
It's original to
Yeah.
our complex there.
When I came here, it was there.
When Buster came here, it was there.
There.
That's
It's
1870.
old, it's old,
1870.
it's old, it's old, let me tell you.
but there's 135,000 difference.
It was built at the same time as the Metro.
So we have a salt shed, you're saying like
She
40.
wants to know what the 240, if you take the 40,000 off there, you're asking for 175, you're saying 60 for that, so she wants to know where the other.
What are your other, like,
30,
what else are we doing?
So there was other things that we wanted to see in the building fund. Let me look here at our notes.
He has salt shed written in capitals underlined. I noticed, but then put the star next to it.
And we got that, that's 40.
We had talked about, when we did our walkthrough, we had talked about possibly redoing the floor, the kitchen floor in my building as well.
That's a necessity, I think.
Yeah, break room. Also, included in there would be some of the repairs for the roof and siding at the DPW.
Okay, so it could be,
Right, so we're trying to cover our costs if insurance won't.
And there are holes in the roof, aren't there?
Yes.
there's
Oh, yes.
active holes.
And then in the wall, like, will we be replacing that hole in the wall too?
Again, it depends on what insurance is gonna
Okay,
cover and what we're gonna have to cover.
Okay.
Have you had any discussions with the DDA about funding any of these projects? Or Mr. Steffensen at the DDA haven't talked about any sharing or anything?
We have talked to WODA a little bit about creating an agreement with them that outlines a little bit more support for what they're doing there. And we're working on that to get some.
One item at a time here. Hold on, let's go back to Jim's for a minute. Jim, what are you suggesting DDA's responsibility?
Well, I mean, so they have to, DDA has
Salted downtown, that kind of thing?
Sure, I mean,
So
any
self-relevant?
services that we provide to the downtown area, and that includes Main Street, North End, down near the parks, everywhere, can be reimbursed by the DDA. So Danny has said they literally have holes in the building,
Yeah,
and we're trying to figure out how to pay for holes in the building.
so which way would be more
Well, so
appropriate to address it with DDA? Whether they should pay for services directly or whether they should ask for specific grants on their wish list?
I mean, I think it could be a discussion with Mr. Steffensen. It is Steffensen, correct?
Yes.
Yes, I mean, they can come to some type of agreement right there. So I use the example, Fenton got a fire truck from their DDA essentially. So
Danny,
there's,
would you be willing to consider drafting a contract for the village and DDA with the help of Tim and whoever else
So
might be relevant?
We've talked.
I've already drafted it.
Okay.
I've already drafted it and given them, well, I've done an initial draft that covers a lot of this stuff that we still need to negotiate out.
because I think there's some items that, for instance, I think they're sitting on, let's say the DDA has $900,000 in taxpayer funds. There's no reason that we couldn't ask for reimbursement for services that have already been rendered, for instance.
Well, I think, like, we talked about that a little bit too, like, when we were talking about the salt, like, the schools, like, we've got a contract with them, right, where they give us a little bit, so I don't think it would be out of the realm of possibility to also ask the DDA, for their share of whatever salt they use,
Well, and let's be clear here, I mean, this is a wish list, but all of these things are imperative. So when you wish for things that are imperative, but we don't have the money for everything, where are we supposed to pull it from? Because I don't have it in my pockets. So I think that at this point, if insurance doesn't cover some of these things, that DDA is gonna have to start picking up their responsibility. So I think we need to light a fire on getting those negotiations going.
I still think it's fair to ask the residents for more, is basically what it
No,
boils
I
down
agree,
to.
I think the residents are paying
So,
enough.
yeah. Now, one other item, I was trying to decide if this is building and grounds, and I think it's gonna be under building and grounds. So I know I had talked with Mr. Price and our municipal analytics guy about the pilot payments, which is payment in lieu of taxes. So essentially, as a recap for anyone watching at home, we have a wastewater treatment plant, just one of many buildings. They don't pay taxes, and in lieu of taxes, because they are not paying us taxes, the wastewater treatment plant can give us money because they're not paying taxes. And that's a way for us as a municipality to recapture some of those funds that we're losing to the wastewater treatment plant. And hopefully that's something municipal analytics can work on.
I have talked to them about it. I will see what he is prepared. I mean, he will talk about it on Tuesday if we ask him the question. I don't think he has anything prepared because I think that he is more concerned about getting the rates corrected and, you know, making sure that we're charging everything correctly rather than doing that. He had some initial concerns with it, didn't think it was necessarily a great idea, but I think that he would be able to talk about it on Tuesday.
So as an example, for instance, if you're not in the village, you are essentially getting free property by the wastewater treatment plant. Us in the village, we're all covering someone else outside the village because it's our land that is not being taxed, if that makes sense. So that could be, and I talked to Lisa and she thought it was, you know, I won't speak for her, but essentially her concern is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, we're just gonna be taking money from one pot to another pot. Well, my concern is that we're not actually representing outside the municipality.
And I think that where he probably will say, and again, you'll have to ask him, he will say that what we should do is adjust the ready to serve charge for the township to better reflect it. So it's coming from like the township people that are utilizing it, to adjust that rate to make it more parity to the village. Similar to what you've already suggested in council meetings and finance meetings.
All right,
Perfect.
so
Yeah.
let's prioritize these negotiations. Are there any other questions on buildings and grounds?
I have a question. For the utility bills, does that reflect like the increase that consumers trying to pass through the state?
Where?
Because I noticed it's like pretty similar to like what the activity has been previously, but it will increase.
Right. We have not looked at that, but as you can see, I mean, we are sitting flush in there right now.
Well, but like what Councilmember Ryan said last year, it was 43,416.
Right, those are,
So-
and it's gonna be more than that this year coming up with the increase.
At the next fiscal year.
And we are very large customers, so it's going up quite significantly.
Absolutely.
So I think we need to get with, Danny, if we could get with consumers to get better utility projections if they can do it for like basically what our historic use would be. And, you know, so that across the board when we're talking utilities, if we can get a little better of an answer.
And that's not only consumers, but that's water, like our water, like the water that we use, it gets charged out of there too.
Okay, so we're gonna need to come back and review this one.
What about, any of the equipment that, the DPW has at the building and grounds area that we want to sell, like the generators, those big
That's
blue?
gonna be under revenue for the next one.
Yep.
This is just,
These are just.
that's
These
not
are things that are coming out.
Next week.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I didn't know we had to maybe pay for an auction company to.
Okay, that's it
get
for
the product
that.
out.
Let's move on to public works. Is this the entire, or is this
This is
just
just,
this week's?
this is what we want to get through this week.
Yeah, I thought so. So, I'm gonna, let's focus, guys.
Was it not in the, is it on the other side? Turn it over, sheet over. Print on both sides. Oh. Is it on the other side? Yeah. For which one? For full-time wages?
Full-time wages.
No, we're still at 77,000, yeah, we're
Requested
good.
budget, that's our increase.
Yep.
Yep. No changes in uniform allowance, everything's
It's contractual.
pretty
Yep.
steady there. Supplies, personal costs, that all stays the same.
I'm concerned about fuel costs.
Yeah, why did it go down?
I would anticipate it going up.
Same.
More efficient vehicles we only have.
Is that what it is?
No, we have gas prices that are outrageous right now.
Prices went way up.
I mean,
Did
but we
we
have
go
only
from-
spent 23 out of the 35, we still got a little bit of room in this budget.
Did we go from diesel to regular? What's happening with the vehicle, the fuel prices going down?
So Lisa, does this fuel cost include our fuel cards themselves?
It should.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to the budget.
Costs?
I'm gonna go look at some past years too, to kind of give us a better idea too of what that looked like per year.
Well, I don't know if you guys remember, I mean, I'm kind of going from history here, but 24, 25 activity, even though I know I wasn't here, but I mean, boy, gas prices were
Yeah.
almost $5 a gallon back then. So I'm sure that's why we spent so much, because it was
Okay.
the gas prices.
But I don't think
But
I think we're in that same
they are again.
situation.
We're gonna be now,
Yeah.
yeah.
So that might need to be tweaked.
Yeah, and some of these numbers, again, when we first started this, we weren't in a war, and, you know, like, so we need to-
There is our fuel tax, road tax exempt. for
So
our-
that makes sense. That was pre-New War era. Did we hire new people? So wages on part-time went?
When they were, the guys are like, okay, let's get to 26 a gallon.
for which, I'm sorry,
Part-time
there's several conversations going on.
Sorry.
The full-time,
Part-time wages went up.
part-time wages,
We have it budgeted for 5, we've spent nothing, but then we're asking for 7,500.
So the reason there is that as you can see, in parks and in cemetery, we've already used up all of our budget for part-time employment. I still have to start up the season and get through June, so now part-time wages would come out of our Public Works Department.
yeah, I think when, and I'm not sure how the DPW wage allocations happen for the part-time employees, and, you know, how they say, hey, well, this is going to parks, this is going to cemetery, this is going to what, but those ones, if you look, are over their line items for parks and cemetery, that though we need to do a journal entry or an amendment to change it, so the funds that are being utilized there are coming out of this account. So even though we've used zero, we've actually used those part-time employees, because they're, I don't know if they were annotating, all right, you know, if they were to do a water main issue or something, well, that would come out of water. But like if they were to do an issue that would, you know, not necessarily be a parks issue, then we need to make sure that it's coming from the
Trash downtown, any,
Yep.
you know, any other things outside of the parks that is still within the purview of their job assignment to do as a part-time employee would be coming out of this.
So is that appropriate to reflect it as over on a different
So I think,
department and
can I
then
answer
as
this one?
necessary over here?
So what they're doing is, when he has a seasonal employee in the past, what they were doing was 50/50. 50% came out of parks, 50% came out of cemetery. But as Danny's saying, that sometimes these part-time people may be utilized for a DPW function, and they didn't code that on the time cards.
Okay.
So we were just seeing 50/50 for those, and so what I think he's
Yep.
saying is you're gonna do a better job at coding on the.
that's the discussion we've had, because like cemetery, if you look, it's $983.05 over, on cemetery for part-time wages, and it's $258 over budget on Parks and Rec, when in reality, and we haven't used any in our Public Works for part-time, that money needs to be reflected on here, so it is more like we've used $1,200, and he still has to get through the rest of the season, the next 2 months.
Okay. Someone else can go. I've got more questions, but go
I
ahead.
have a question about like the vehicles. Does this include like the vehicles for like salting and plowing, or is that gonna be like under local and major roads?
Are you looking at?
For like the vehicle fuel, maintenance,
Okay.
supplies, anything to do with vehicles?
So, we don't have a
it could be. I think that's a good catch, yeah. I think we could, and I think that's a good catch, because that's something that we should be utilizing. Let me, look at those lines. Unless the two people beside me.
I mean, like anything vehicle-wise for all that stuff.
Where would the separation happen?
So, well, not only that, but can I say something I think, so correct me if I'm wrong, is the vehicles may be owned by the village.
Right.
And then there's the equipment charges that you do as that journal entry every
Ah,
month.
yeah. I
to-
understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Yeah, but no, you can.
So what we do is we do a journal entry to, like, break it out. So they're gonna go do the sweeper belongs to us, but the sweeper now is utilized on major and local roads. So what they do is they take a portion of that, and it's kind of like doing what you guys were saying before, like the in-kind services, and then we're billing those funds to utilize that piece of equipment.
It's
Okay,
the,
so we're already.
So the vehicle fuel, I believe, is already like encompassed or in that calculation.
if you look at the other account lines on local and major roads, I think it's 962 is the account. And it will say like vehicle and equipment charges. That's when we're renting it back to ourselves for those charges, to cover those expenses.
Okay.
Good catch.
Why vehicle repairs and maintenance have gone down from 2024? Was there a big particular thing back then? Don't we have more vehicles now? Wouldn't we expect more, or?
Yeah, unfortunately,
Yeah, we had a couple.
we saw 2 motors that got destroyed that year, and we needed to cover our costs there.
Okay.
So hopefully we don't have that
We don't have that
issue
happen,
again.
we're fine. Got it. Okay, okay. And utilities, that's just like what you're expecting from the average raise from
Correct.
consumers?
What about equipment?
Yeah, that's the big one.
What do you have to offer?
So equipment, so we're looking at getting a new hot box
Okay.
in
Explain what
order,
that is,
in
yeah.
order to patch properly. So I was explaining
I'm
to
sorry, to patch what?
patch roads.
Oh, to patch the roads, you say?
Yeah. So we've been
Okay.
without a hot box for quite a few years now, which really limits what we can do in terms of, we're very lucky to have a hot mix plant right down the road. So we are able to go get hot mix in the back of a truck and come back and utilize it right away. Where what'll happen is if we over order that amount of asphalt, simply put, we have to waste it off. Where if we could have the ability to keep it warm, we would probably be able to go and patch a few roads on top of when we're actually doing our repairs in the wintertime from water main breaks or any sort of issues like that. On top of that, we use UPM cold patch in the wintertime in order to fill in potholes, temporary fix. But right now, we have to load that into a truck, keep it in the shop overnight to unthaw and try to warm it up. The problem is it doesn't always stay warm when it gets that cold. It limits my ability to be able to cold patch properly. So if we had a hot box, we would be able to heat that UPM up just enough to keep it warm. And I'm saying like 40 degrees, because you can't melt the emulsion out of it. You have to be able just to warm it up to make it usable.
So do you
And then
warm it up as you go, or do you keep it at a warm setting?
a hot box would help keep it at that, just above freezing mark where we'd be able to cold patch more properly. As of right now, I can do
Slow it
about
down
a
and
truck
back
a
it up.
day.
When you say keep it warm, does that mean it's running, keeping it warm
It's
all the
diesel
time,
powered.
all year round?
No, this is
Okay.
a trailer that holds about 4 tons.
Okay.
Dan, what about, can you use that trailer to reference to, like where the cracks are on the road, where?
So that's crack sealing, that's something different.
Is that something different?
Yes. We lease that machine. We haven't done it in a couple of years, but it's something we need to get back to. I just don't have the staffing to do it.
What is the expense for the hot box, and what's the expense for the maintenance?
So a new hot box was, I think it was around 20,000. And then maintenance for, what do you mean, maintenance?
I don't know. I don't know what, Daniel, don't interrupt me, please. I don't know what the maintenance is. So when you look at maintaining this thing, that's gonna include, I suppose, keeping it warm, right? I don't know.
No, it's just, so it was just fuel cost at that point, it's diesel powered,
Okay,
so tires possibly down the road. And then there's probably some axle bearings, which is grease, so that's really the only maintenance that we would see on that. We used to have one, we had one for years, it was very old, but what happened was, it saw its end of life. The internals got burnt out and it was done.
Okay. Daniel, go ahead, please. Thank you for waiting.
No, I was just trying to, what I thought you were trying to say, but you weren't, and obviously I want to ask is, if the new hot box is $20,000, what are we spending and losing when we order the asphalt that we can't use and we just have to get rid of because it's no good no more? Would it save us money, even though we're costing money right now, in the long run, would it save us money because we're not ordering
Yes.
more, if we're ordering more we can use, but yet we can put it in the hot box and save it and.
Sure, I mean, and this is not days worth of keeping mix hot. It would be in terms of using extra after we're done with our patch that we have to do, which is a larger patch. It would be able to go out at the end of the day and use that hot mix in pot.
Rather just
than just waste it.
waste
So you're
it.
talking about a couple $1,000s a year that we probably waste in hot mix when we do it that way. But in terms of
So in 5 years, just the hot box could pay for itself.
sure, and in terms of functionality, it can help my guys out, I mean, and provide better service.
So I would say that definitely then would be something we need to vote on and be like, yeah, I would think.
So we get our money back in two ways, waste and employee labor hours.
Correct.
So one thing I'd like to see too, and I know I mentioned it briefly to you, is the availability or the feasibility of outsourcing this. So I've called a couple companies, talked to one person that does the injection sealing. So they inject a hot mix with a bitumen bottom on it, and it sounds like that is a superior product off my Googling because it lasts longer. So especially if we're having problems with employees, and not problems with employees, problems with manpower hours, it may be beneficial to just outsource it and then be done with it.
Yeah, I think it would be important to have that company come out and check out where they would actually be able to do these improvements, because in some areas, the only way to do it would be to patch it. I mean, there is nothing left in some of these areas. They won't have any material left to heat up and redo the area.
So they don't actually, they heated up their own mix and they spray it.
So it's just chip seal.
Also scheduling and
Similar to chip seal,
availability.
yeah.
Scheduling and availability too, making sure that, hey, if we need them to come in, we don't need to let them know 90 days in advance.
So they said their work season is only 150 days. So I think it was 24 tons was 12 grand. So I don't know how that compares to what we paid, but that's all in.
But I'm saying for them to come out and do the work, for us, we could be like, hey, that pothole needs to be fixed, tomorrow kind of thing, or today, we can get someone out there to do it. How much lead time do we have to give them if we notice an issue?
That's
we
what I'm
want to
saying.
fix?
I can do more research on it if
Oh,
staff
we
is not willing to,
yeah.
but I can definitely, I can do that. I just think there's a lot of other options there that
Sure.
if we're gonna spend 20 grand on a hot box, I mean, maybe even we could rent it for a week for 3 grand, and then we don't have to worry about maintenance on it, then we don't have to worry about anything else.
Then we're always paying 3 grand every time we rent it, and then.
Well, you recall we went to the DPW and you asked how often they're doing the preventive maintenance, and the response was, we're short on man hours to do all repetitive
Good
maintenance.
point
So-
there too.
So we're not having to do all the maintenance on this type of stuff, and then we can just rent it for however long we need it, and then,
Yeah, maybe we could lease it.
or whatever, like we do with the crack sealer.
Yeah, there is leasing programs for these types of things. Again, I need it all year long. Every single municipality has a hot box. It's just something that has gone to the wayside for so many years that we haven't purchased it. So I'm telling you, I need a hot box. If you want to look at doing some sort of patchwork project with a different company, sure. But I'm telling you, we need a hot box.
Okay. What's the other 20 grand for on equipment?
So we're looking at getting back into having a radio system instead of using personal cell phones. Right now, all of my employees use their personal cell phones for work. It's something I want to get away from. The village isn't in a financial position to provide cell phones for every employee. So I'm looking at getting our radio system back up and running.
Like a two-way communication radio.
And this is just broad strokes for equipment. There's actually, when we get into some of the things that we'd like to do in the streets, local and major, there's probably some things that are gonna bleed over. We're talking about like paving and things like that too.
How much is the radio system?
We've looked into radios. They're not too expensive. We already have a head unit. Narsh and I have been talking about taking the one that the police department have that they don't use currently, so we'd be able to save some costs there. Some of the other stuff that is in equipment simply put, all of my battery-powered hand tools right now are trash. They're so old, they're so outdated. We struggle daily to be able to use a drill, an impact, a sawzall. I need to upgrade some of that. And so there is a lot of like little things within equipment that need to be purchased that we have not done in a while, like a chop saw. I have a laundry list of things that just needs to be purchased that are small purchases.
So the radio system with the other tools covers the other 20 grand?
Yes.
I like the
I
idea.
will say too, though, this was talked about at parks, for our park cleanup, we will be having some tools donated to the, DPW from Scott Shalag. He
yeah.
does the, vintage baseball or whatever, and he works for a company, and so we will be getting a little bit of that, so hopefully maybe that
Yeah,
might offset some
he's
stuff.
already dropped some of those items off. We have 2 battery-powered chainsaws and some electric pruners. Him and I have already been talking about what it would look like.
He knows, he was there.
They have a trade-in program where we can actually trade our old stuff in and get new stuff back at a discount.
Nice.
So
So thank you, Scott.
it'll be working with him and then other companies for quotes just to get comparables and be able to do this.
I'm jumping this one quick. Now, with the radio thing, I know that the DDA is looking into radios for themselves too. Would that be something that you guys could do together, so when they have an event, when you guys aren't using the 2-way radios or whatever, however they are, if not only truck mounted, but if they're like radios, like, you know, how you have to talk about
Sure.
walkie-talkie, if those are the kind where they can use them too for their events, and that way then that might help.
I would be
alleviate the
concerned,
cost.
I would be concerned that if we're using it for municipal operations, that we would like, if they get dependent on them, we're like, hey, we're using this for municipal operations, and they're stepping on us on the radio networks, you know what I'm saying?
Multiple frequencies.
No, I'm
But
saying,
if we're using it, if
What I
we're
mean-
using the equipment at the time.
I mean, if it's a nighttime event,
Then how are we loading it if we're using it? That's my.
No,
If
he's
we
saying
literally have the
he has
equipment,
it
if we
as a
literally have the
whole
equipment,
Yeah.
how are they
There's
using
only,
it?
there's only so many units.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
They're gonna
DDA
be
could buy
fighting,
it.
they're gonna be fighting
Oh.
over them.
No, the
then that
DDA is
defeats the purpose of what it was brought up, yeah.
not if we have an antenna.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
We can use one frequency for, I'm sorry, who does the radio waves? The FCC?
yeah.
We have to have a dedicated frequency for that, for municipal operations. So I don't know how many frequencies we can have, but I'm pretty sure it would only be one frequency. I don't think we can switch frequencies to be legally
Okay.
abided by for FCC.
And that big
I like
unit too is only one, I thought, because it's only on
It's
one
only one
frequency.
The radios
I
are.
was saying, because I know DDA events usually have to after DPW is closed,
Good idea.
so I mean, that could work out somewhere like that for the time being for them until they get their own system set up.
All right, any further questions about Public Works? We're not even halfway through.
And just so we know, at 1, that will be our 4-hour mark, and we'll have to decide as a group whether or not we continue on, or we stop for the day.
No,
So,
I think we need a third meeting at budgets.
probably, but.
Yeah, I agree,
Or,
because
just to adjust the elephant in the room, we could quit repeating ourselves, ask the question, stop talking, get an answer, and move on. Just a suggestion. Let's move on to street maintenance.
So this should be local, I think we're going first.
202 is major. Yeah, 202 is major.
Sorry. So we're looking at major roads, so it should be, when you look at the GL number, it should be 202-451.
And medical
Yep.
insurance went up. Retirement went down. Operating supplies, that's a big one.
So operating supplies saw an increase because obviously, you can tell our roads are falling apart, so I need an increase for hot mix, paint. We have a couple failing manhole covers, those are about $2,000 a pop, $2 to $3 grand. I need to buy a few of those, and then catch basin repairs. I have a whole list of catch basin repairs that need to happen right now.
They got, over on North Street, they got 2 man covers that are just like that right now, popped right up out of the ground.
That specific
Effective
one
take.
took out a fuel tank on a garbage truck,
So
so.
that's
Yeah.
public safety stuff that can't really, that's not a wish list, that's like beyond imperative, I think, my opinion. What about project costs here?
So there's, we did see
project costs and equipment are both the big ones.
Yep. So, project costs, we should not have seen that.
It's not an increase, it should be the same, but it's still a big expense is the point.
So what we're talking about there would be, again, hot mix availability to start repairing some of the roads. So some of the things that I wanted to bring up with roads is, I know that we're looking to figure out a way to solve some of the road issues. Now, I'm not talking about doing major paving projects in terms of like complete paving of a road, but like the end of Richard Street, I get constant calls about Richard Street. It is in such disrepair. So I have about 100 feet there that we could repave fully without redoing infrastructure. I understand we need to redo infrastructure, and that would be my goal, is to redo the complete road in its totality. But if we can get away with that, simply put, there's no more patching that can be done there. It just needs to be repaved.
I know you're looking at,
This is a major road, so is Richard a major road?
That would be local, but
but even so, like, if you're looking at, wait, this is 202-451, right? Yeah, so if we're looking at this, I know we're looking at 1 year activity. If we look at 23-24, in fact, I'll pull it over so you can see. That was $146,313 because we redid Broad Street, I believe. We resurfaced
yes,
Broad
we
Street
resurfaced Broad Street.
at that time. Let me throw it up there so
You
you
mean
can see.
that chip seal correct, it doesn't
Yes,
work?
right.
Okay, any further questions on this from you guys?
So yes, there.
So really, we're just looking at project costs for, doing spot paving at this point. Tim and I have been talking about possibly, Alta, we can rent a paver for about $15,000 for a month. They send my guys down to one of their facilities, they train us how to use the paver with sand, we actually pave with sand, we learn how to pave with it, and we start paving roads. Unpopular, maybe with my guys, but,
They would not like it?
well, I don't know. I'd have to designate 4 guys to it. So again, I have a 6-man crew. We're gonna be doing that. If something else happens, I can't pull off of a hot mix job while we're paving to go do something else.
Water main.
Correct.
What about,
Yeah.
Superior, the new company that came in on,
Premier.
Premier, is it Premier? The ones that, they're.
We can solicit bids to start doing roads.
I was just asking.
I mean, it's still gonna, like, the point is, it has to get, like.
Okay,
these
so
are-
yeah, the point is, this is the budget. I don't see any of these as being optional.
The one thing, question we had mentioned that there wasn't, we have not done crack sealing in a while. Is that something that we're budgeting for?
I have not budgeted for it because I have not been well-versed in what we would need to do for that project. Again, taking 3 guys out of my normal rotation to do just that are inexperienced and have never done it before would be, probably laborious.
A lot of this is, and as we go into local road too, it's gonna go into our capital improvement plan, things we're talking about, because, like, I know this is 25,000, we have $20 million worth of road repairs we need to do in the village. Like, I mean, as far as just looking at the scale, which we're not gonna be able to afford, like, at any given time, and it's only gonna get worse. And how do we look ahead and, start planning for some of these things? This stuff right here is the Band-Aids to fix it. It's not to resurface and replace, really, it's the way that, even your budgeting stuff that we're doing is to do those Band-Aids, how you get your roads redone, those road millages.
So we're.
And that's how you-
So I think the difference though is the crack sealing is the Band-Aid. So
Yeah.
without it, you're getting the underbase getting blown out and everything else. And our major roads, they're just gonna start sinking without the crack sealing.
And we've been dealing with this contractually, the crack ceiling?
Correct.
Okay.
Because it's a rental fee for the machine, we buy the material, and then we actually install the material. So the
Okay.
contractual would be just for the rental of the machine.
And just to say something too, like Danny started out, is that even if we could find any kind of grants, remember, there's always a match. So we have to prove to whoever's gonna give us the grant that we have this money. Like
Which
we
we
have,
don't.
like, so it's like a 75-25, like we've come up with 25% of the grant monies, then we
Do
have to prove that.
Do we have a grant match fund?
Well, again, we need to develop that, and I'm not
Okay.
inflating any numbers in order to have more money to put in at the end of the year, because we are, maxed out with what we're trying to do. But if there is anything left over, obviously, fund balance, and then if we could have another line item that has a grant matching opportunity,
that
then we
And
need
again,
to start doing that.
these are outside of our general fund, our 101. This is a different one. We do have some fund balance in our major and local roads, as well as water and sewer, I'm not saying it's much, but like, we can't do all of our repairs. And so we really need to, and that's again, something we're gonna be talking about on Tuesday, is about how do you want us to prioritize some of these things? Because, I can show you the roads reports. Again, some of it's dated information. 2018 was the last time we did it.
Oakland County has an updated pacer.
Yeah.
And so when we did it in 16, we had greens,
Here, in
yellows,
fact-
oranges that were like, okay, they're decent, right? Most of Holly at this point
I'm gonna pull up SimCog's
is,
data on us. to
is
show us
in
that.
red now, which is from Oakland County. So, you know, when you brought up your point of like, what roads do we need to do? Well, it's all of them at this point.
Yeah.
So, and I don't mean to be brash, but
So
it is that.
Is everyone comfortable with where that proposal's sitting right now? Any questions?
Yeah, I don't think there's any questions.
All right, let's move on to winter maintenance then.
I'm gonna, just real quick, I'm gonna pull up a pavement condition map from SimCog, so you can kind of see our, if I can, I'm gonna try to pull it up
So,
over here.
while he's finding that, so you'll see an increase in operating
Which side,
supplies. We saw a huge increase in salt, and obviously, as roads start to deteriorate, we're gonna need more cold patch throughout the winter to get through.
Okay.
Tuesday, you're gonna see a budget amendment for cold patch, because we went over already.
And then it looks like overtime went up too. Is there consideration, same question that I asked Jerry, to hire new part-timers instead of giving away overtime?
There's a little old Holly.
Oops.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
I'm sorry, ask me again. What did you say?
Yeah, so overtime line is at $4,000. Same question I asked Jerry. Is there consideration to hire part-time employees instead of handing out overtime?
I have a permanent part-time position within the DPW. It has 0 benefits, so we don't pay them healthcare, they don't have retirement, and it's like
17 an hour-ish?
17 an hour, I think it starts.
And that job
I'm not
isn't-
gonna find a plow driver with a CDL to do that.
I actually might know one.
Okay.
Be lucky we do.
I said
I
I'd do it
don't
for
know if
free,
he'll
but
work
not
for
allowed
that
to.
little and no benefits, but it won't hurt to ask. I'll send him your way.
Right, yeah.
So just as a visual thing about our pavement conditions.
Yeah.
So the red ones are the ones that, you know, are, and even the yellow ones we need to repair, but the red ones are like, hey, we really need to repair.
In 16,
Yeah.
it looked a lot better. It does not.
Yeah.
Well, sure, because then.
Well, Cogshaw was being done at that time, I think Maple was getting done, but now Cogshaw, just from a few years ago, is already back into fair.
Correct.
Good.
Any
My
further,
personal road is all bright red.
I
live on a bright red road.
any further questions on winter maintenance?
As I watch the buses.
I didn't see on here the, uniforms for winter maintenance stuff, is that because it's just allocated through? Cause I remember before these, you get $300,
Yeah, it should be on DPW.
is that what that 1,500, I was wondering maybe if it was better, if we could find a better deal of buying everything in bulk.
It's contractual, it's, so my employees can buy what they want. A lot of guys buy boots with it, it's a winter allowance, but, I don't know if you've looked at a pair of boots, but they're $400.
No, for a good pair, oh yeah, I know.
What they get in contractual won't even cover what they need to buy, so.
No, I wasn't trying to say that they weren't doing what they need, I just didn't know if we'd be able to do a better bulk and get more bang for our buck.
There is no bulk, it's union contract. We give them money, we give them
They
a
get a
check, and then they go out and buy whatever they want.
Okay.
Okay.
Operating supplies under traffic, that went up a couple thousand.
Correct, we're looking at doing some signs. Obviously, what blew that out was some of the sign replacements throughout the village. So we're looking at increasing that because we are just seeing a lot more signs that need to be replaced.
Contractual?
Contractual, so we wanted to do an increase there up on North Holly Road. When we had that water main break, we were required by Oakland County to have a lane closure. And that was an exorbitant amount of money to have a company come in and do our lane closure for us. So you'll see further down, I can't remember which budget it was. I'm looking for doing another aero trailer. I have one currently. If we got a second aero trailer, we would possibly be able to handle our own lane.
Was it local roads, equipment and vehicle? I think it was, yeah.
And where was it, was that?
On North Holly Road.
And how much is the aero trailer?
I think you added $6,000
Yeah, we
to
had
it.
$6,000.
Okay, so that's the exact difference in what our expenses were before. And then finally, for me, equipment and vehicle charges went up.
So equipment and vehicle charges, that's where we kind of bill back to ourselves.
When we're talking about fuel and such, we are charging ourselves for our own equipment to show depreciation of like the costs as well as fuel usage and things like that, so.
So this one we'll review again, because this aero trailer is not a necessity, that's a wish list item, so we'll be revisiting this
Yeah,
one.
That's on local roads,
that's
not on
local
this road.
roads.
yeah.
We haven't gone through that yet.
So, council, any further questions on winter or traffic? Okay.
Next, you'll see for trees, major trees, you're gonna see a contractual increase there. Obviously, we went out for RFP, we were a little short, we needed to borrow some money everywhere else, in order to make that contractual allotment happen. So we need to see an increase in contractual for trees.
Equipment's down a lot.
Because with this contractual increase, we, instead of giving them 2 guys, a chipper, and a dump truck, they did it all. It's much more time effective to do it that way.
We got to be determined on audit services under utility administration, what's going on there?
We have
Oh, never
audit
mind.
RFP, yeah, we have to decide where we wanna go with that.
Yeah. My mouth was working faster
And
than.
that's gonna also reflect administration fees and charges and all of that too, so.
Okay. Anyone else? I think that's it for, oh, no, that's it for me. Anyone else? Okay.
The contingency line item, we need, that may change, I think that was kind of we'll have to revisit that one too. Yeah, I put zero.
That's quite,
That's a huge number, yeah.
Well, again, it was 0 in, a previous year, and then, I think that was, as we were having to do journal entries and things, and, like correcting things, that's what that contingency was there for. Let me look.
No,
No,
so what
there you go,
happened with
yeah.
the contingency is last year when the budget was done, the formulas were taken out. So when Tim was making corrections to the spreadsheet, the totals stayed the same. He took the formulas out. So when I went to put the budget into the system, it didn't balance, so we had to put contingency line items.
I see.
This year, we won't do that.
All right, then, street maintenance,
So on the local road street maintenance.
local road.
Again, you'll see an increase in operating supplies, for manhole covers, catch basins, possible paving.
We passed by debt services 905, debt services, it's a TBD. We're gonna cover those, at the next session when we go over all of the debt, all the debt calendar that we had in the back of your book, where it says like all of, our water bonds, capital debts and stuff. We're gonna cover all of those at once.
So training, you'll see we did a 0 because what we're doing is we actually would like to move that 500 over to our DPW training. I just need to be able to do generalized training, not specific to street maintenance.
And you said operating supplies and contractual was what?
So operating supplies went up for manhole covers, catch basins, and paving.
Okay. And what about that big one, the project costs?
So our project costs, and that's what we wanted to discuss, would be some sort of paving. Start spot paving, whether it's internally or externally with a company. $30,000 is not gonna buy us very much as a company. I mean, it's gonna buy us 100 feet of a road maybe.
Oh my God, okay.
And I just wanna make sure that everyone at home understands, everyone, like, when we were talking, the local roads, major roads, water, sewer, that is completely different than our general fund, which is police and fire and all those other things. So when we're talking about our special assessment, if we increase things here, that doesn't mean that it's a reflective on on the general fund side, on the 101, the police and fire. So if we're doing things here, it would be into our fund balance, into these other things. So just I don't want people to conflate the two, that when we're talking about any increases here, that it's it's 2 separate conversations, is our general fund versus this.
You said if we were to do external, like 30 grand would get us about 100 feet. What if we did internal?
Internal, I don't know, I couldn't tell you. We'd have to do some measurements and identify some areas that we would like to see done. So if that would be under the purview of you guys telling me which roads you wanna see done or which areas, then yeah, but, obviously,
And
even the 30,000 isn't
So-
gonna get us very.
And I'll give you a example, because we're
hold on,
Danny,
do we
sorry.
come across that same issue of if your men are working on that, they can't step aside if there's another emergency? So it sounds like, I mean, that's a risk. And if there's a major emergency, it doesn't sound like internal's really an option to me. Even though it would
Probably
potentially,
for everything though, too, though.
what's
I
that?
would
Like-
think people.
Like we're saying, we're gonna buy a hot box, they're gonna have waste there if they have to step away, so I think should be a risk no matter what.
There's a risk with the hot box? I guess I didn't follow that piece.
Well, like, if they put asphalt in it and they get pulled away,
There's a little less risk with the hot box because if we
Because
actually
it's
maintain,
keeping it.
we're doing that work
Keeping it
anyways,
warm
and it
and
actually gives us less risk with the hot box.
Yeah, that's what I thought. If we have a hot box, there's no risk because we get to keep it warm as opposed to
I don't
sitting
think it
there.
lasts forever.
It would not, it would last throughout the day though, so if we could, address our emergency situation and then be able to get.
I'm
back
saying
to
still
it.
risk, so if it goes 2 days, whatever.
But it's less of a risk than our current route, which is,
Mitigated risk.
It's a risk mitigation factor, yeah.
yeah.
We always ask.
Just
Harm
a
minimization.
quick question. I know when they were talking about the parking lot over there behind, the vault, like they're going for a grant, is that something
They're not going for, well, they're not going for grant, they're going for congressional funding.
funny? Have we thought about doing that for our roads?
So, yeah, so I submitted, I submitted 3 for us. So I submitted for, it wasn't for, so I asked what, they basically said roads probably won't get funded. So I submitted for our lead line replacement program, so for $2.5 million I requested for that, for not only from, I requested that from Slock and I requested that from McLean, as well as our financially distressed cities, villages, and townships. I will say with that, the FDCVT one, that I'm encouraged because they kept going, they said, hey, we need some more information about this next week. We get the information. Hey, we need more information about this tomorrow. We get the information. We need this by 10 a.m. today because we're making decisions. So we are in like the discussions for the whole time for that. So we did that, and we did that for our lead line service replacement. We did that for our Morrison Street pump replacement. We did that for, I did one for our, the ladder truck is kind of a standing one, which is always asked for. And then I also, for Slotkin, I also asked for a CDBG related one in regards to depot. Like basically $2.5 million essentially, or somewhere around there for all of the depot stuff. So, and that's kind of just a Hail Mary pass. That was the priority 3 out of all, or priority 3 or 4,
No, but I
the
think
lower
it's
priority.
important that people see that, like, you are working on,
Yeah.
trying to create these
So
funding
Oakland County also
opportunities.
just opened up, LIRP, I believe, which is a local grant program. So we're looking at trying to get something together for that. The problem is that it has to be an engineered ready project.
Yeah. And Danny and I next week are meeting, and this is not money, but as far as help with the process for our lead line, we have to do this as a requirement. He's got us involved with the EPA with get the lead out program. We have a kickoff meeting with them next week where we're gonna sit down and go through all of that. So hopefully, they can help us navigate some of this process, identify grants, these things. They're not allocating money, but they're allocating the things that we don't have as far as resources as, the subject matter expertise, how to navigate some of these problems that other communities have faced. And so we're really glad to be part, they have accepted us as a program within them.
So the grant that, was it Senator Slotkin that the DDA is partnering with?
Yeah,
So they're putting in for a parking lot, and then you put in for the lead line replacement stuff.
I put in for 3. I put in for a lead line replacement program, I put in for a fire truck, or a ladder truck, and I put in for the,
So we're competing against them for,
not necessary, I mean, everyone's competing for the federal money, but they're different funds.
okay.
That they're coming from. For example, our request for lead line replacement isn't competing against the depot, because the depot is going for a CDBG funding line item, while our lead line replacement might be under water improvements or.
So Senators had a lot of discretion then.
Yeah, so it's just really where they want to,
Different
put
buckets.
different buckets that they might be pulling from.
So, you said it might be around 30 grand if we had an external company pave 100 feet. If we were to do, just say that 100 feet, about how long would that take us? Are we talking 1 day, 1 week,
Probably a day.
a day?
Yeah.
So it could be a mitigated risk, we just cross our fingers, nothing happens that day.
Correct.
Okay, so this is definitely something that we have to basically down to time, so do we wanna stay for another hour and try to crack through these last 5 sheets? We've already been through 10.
What does staff want?
I am always on like, hey, let's keep soldiering through, because it gives me more direction and time. Also, I have to keep in mind, I want to be respectful of the staff time. I would say Danny's partner's birthday is next weekend, so I would like to push through his stuff as much as possible. If not, it might be just me, or he will be here with an angry partner, so.
I don't want Danny's wife mad at anything, so I'm here if you guys are here.
Can we, in lieu of that, can we just push through to water and sewer? Because those are gonna be the big ones that have changes, like, as far as operational costs, contractual fuel, we all know that that is all up in charges. We don't have to ask the question every time.
Would you like to just at least broad stroke, like, let's just go through
I can
broad
So we
stroke.
can get there.
I can roll through it
Yeah,
real
because
quick.
like retirement, we know retirement costs went up. I don't need you to justify
And-
$400.
And if people in their, as they're reviewing it, because I know that, you didn't get a lot of lead time on this, if there's specific items, I can still get, I can, that are asked of me or Danny during the week, I can bring them back and answer them, even if Danny isn't here.
Perfect.
So, winter maintenance, operating supplies, you've seen an increase for salt and cold patch. Equipment and vehicle charges, that's where we charge ourselves back, but also I need 2 new V-plows for our plow trucks.
Explain what that is, please.
So
Plows,
that's, yep, so we do, so with our big trucks, those have belly blades and those can go to all of our major local roads. In order to do our parking lots and our dead ends, we need front plows on like a standard pickup truck. Both of our plows are in severe disrepair. I need-
So it's a necessary wish, okay?
Our traffic services 455.
Traffic services, operating supplies, we need some more signs, that's local, so I mean, that's where we're really struggling, parking lots, stuff like that. The equipment and vehicle charges is where we had our new airborne trailer, so again, take it or leave it there.
What was that? Equipment and vehicle was what?
Big arrow.
An airborne trailer.
Okay.
I have no other questions on that whole page, trees, utilities, traffic, I'm good.
Okay.
Sewage collection,
All right, so sewer is a new, sewer's new line.
overtime is enormous.
Yes, and we're gonna see a severe increase in that because we have had to man our sewer treatment plant right now 24/7.
Okay.
So obviously unprecedented rainfall we just had as far as, to give a little perspective, where we want to be on our sewer pusher, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm gonna really butcher a lot of this, is we want about 1 million gallons, is about where we want to be. We can push up to about 2 million. During that, 3, we can push up to about 3. During that period, we were up to about 6, like sustained. And so,
1 million a day? A million a day, is that what you have?
6 million a day is where we were at on Saturday.
yeah.
Basically everything on here.
No wonder we're at a flood.
But basically everything on here is enormous, all of the benefits, and then engineering services is huge, obviously, operating supplies. Can you give us a summary instead of referring to them line by line?
Yeah, I will.
A lot of the increases you're gonna see are just due to inflation. I mean, we had to, this is collection, correct? Yeah.
Yep. I will talk engineering services real quick, because that's a huge one, 125 from 1,000. So part of it is, the reason that we had a lot of this excess is that there's I&I, there's intrusion into our system where we would ideally have a closed system. And so we want to work with our engineers in order to determine where some of this is happening, whether it's flow meters, whether it's smoke testing on some of our systems. There's many different ways we can go about it, but if we can identify that and we can seal off a lot of this, then then it will preserve our actual system back at our wastewater treatment plant to prevent it, going forward. Correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
we had a surprise visit from our district engineer at the wastewater treatment plant right before this happened. And we talked, Tim and I and Tom, we all had a meeting with our engineer about identifying the problems within our wastewater treatment plant, where our bottlenecks are and all of our problems.
We had this meeting before we had a surprise
Before-
visit.
before the surprise visit. So then we had the surprise visit from our engineer, and he basically said, I don't understand why you want to spend money at the plant when your system seems to be the problem if you have a bunch of I&I. So with that being said, it seems like to me.
It's intrusion into the system, so if there's water in our system or runoff that we don't intend to have. So whether it's stormwater or whatnot.
Roof drains illegally hooked in, some pumps INI. So I'm trying to front load this in the fact of, we're gonna see our engineer probably start wanting to crack down on our INI. So therefore, this increase would give us money to be able to start doing some studies, flow testing, smoke testing within our system to identify where our INI is happening.
And then I do have one question with this. Is this information that Municipal Analytics has, so they will come back and talk to us on Tuesday in regards to like water, sewer rates, where we're at,
Yep.
utilities?
So they're gonna talk, well, they might not know about like the engineering studies and things, but they do understand, we have had conversations about, like, when we're down at project costs and we're talking about our pump stations. How many pump stations do we have? No.
I have 13.
13, and how many need to be replaced?
3 of them right now.
3 of them right now, but that, and probably 7 within the next, a few years. And so that is reflective of 1 pump station being replaced.
How do they do
It's
on the
890
high
is
water
one.
we had, your pump stations?
We got to a point at the wastewater treatment plant where we were shutting off lift stations. I was personally going around, we were shutting off lift stations and using them as storage because we were getting to a point that the wastewater treatment plant was going to overflow. And we were gonna have to do an SSO, direct sewer into the river.
Which we didn't have to do.
We didn't have to do.
We didn't have any
kept
eagle
it-
violations.
Like I said, violations, but we were very close.
But,
Okay.
again, but this was,
We enacted our emergency procedures at
Good
that
work.
point.
this is why Danny and Tom, and then those guys, at our wastewater, are unsung heroes. They've been there like 24/7, manning that,
Should we go let them out?
so make sure it doesn't hit the fan.
Go and lock the door, let them out maybe?
No, not yet.
And there's another cost here that I just want to speak of. So Danny and I have been working too with the insurance company because there were some major issues that happened with that storm. And again, I'm going to say this around pumps,
So our influent pumps,
in pumps, yeah.
that's in a dry well, they got flooded, they're variable drive pumps. They are the main workhorses of our utility treatment plant, and they were underwater. They are not designed to be underwater. One of them got fried. The reason why we have to have it fully manned right now is because the other 2 did get underwater, and we're really hoping that we don't have any other problems with that. We will have
Is
to.
that why the gate isn't shut then at night?
Correct. So right now, we are, since we already have a claim opened on that storm, we are gonna try to seek cost recovery through our insurance because of the flooding that happened.
So it looks like the professional services, the contractual, the chemicals, the overtime, they're all pretty much related to the same issues, right?
Correct.
Okay,
So
and that's-
contractual is for our lift stations, that is our M1 pump program, it's $81,000 a year. So they come in once a year and they change the oil on all the lift station pumps, they go through, they check all of our lift stations out and make sure that they're all functioning properly because it's Kennedy's pumps that they specifically have in our stations, so we have to use them.
Okay, and back to page 2, it looks like it's all the same thing under wastewater treatment as well. The only thing I saw that I really have a question about is utility administration, the administrative fees and charges, we have a 0 line there, what's going on?
Well, that's why it's highlighted, because some of these things, we have to figure out our auditing service, all of these, in order to make sure that we have an accurate number. That's why I have it highlighted. So some of our stuff, like Lisa and I need to sit down and have some of these conversations and kind of get some clarity on where we need to be for some of these.
And obviously, we have to revisit all of this anyways, but I think that.
The reason why you'll see, if I can, April, is project costs under the wastewater system. You'll still see that $890,000. We need to redo Morrison Street lift station. So this year we're doing Apollo. That's why you haven't seen anything spent out of there yet, or a lot of it is because they haven't began construction on Apollo yet.
Which was already approved by council. We've already,
Approved and that's ready to go. We're just waiting for the weather to break for them to do
Okay,
that.
it
Is
is
the
1
Morrison-
PM. It is 1 PM. No, wait, we already did that. Sorry, I'm so sorry, you guys. I was
Yeah.
reminding myself. I was
Is the
reminding
Morrison
myself to
one
check in
that
at
only
1 o'clock.
functions like 6 houses?
Correct.
Is there thoughts to, I don't know if it's possible, but like if we're replacing lift stations, is there a larger lift station that can then take those 6? Or are we looking at $1 million pump station for 6 homes, period?
Yes.
There's not a way to incorporate it in anywhere else, or?
not the way our system's
Not
designed.
the way the system right there is designed.
Okay,
I
So
wasn't sure if you could do a larger one somewhere than too,
dive, I think, later anyway, so. Let's move on to the water fund.
Wastewater treatment, 555, is that where we're at?
Oh, skipped over that, I guess.
Oh, we're skipping over it? Okay.
I guess so.
We already kind of touched base on it a little bit.
Okay.
There's
Well,
another-
so the collection system is one, and then wastewater is another, so, if you're good on that, then.
Yeah,
Okay.
There wasn't any in that wastewater that jumped $100,000 like the other.
So water fund, yep, so part-time, just trying to, so the reason I have yellow here is because we need to, I had to have some internal discussions because we've had so much part-time that has been allocated to here over our budget. We're gonna have to do a budget amendment or some journal entries to correct it, which is also the same of our retirement. So these are just, I have it highlighted because these are, to accurate project it out, I need to understand why these are like that. And so those are discussions Danny, Lisa, and I need to have as far as why the part-time water is so high.
and then we've still got some questions on retirement and a few other highlighted boxes, I see.
Yep, that's what we're referring to, yep.
Again, chemicals went up again, is that just inflation?
Inflation.
Operating supplies went up almost 30,000.
Do you have your notes on that one, on the water?
And speaking, while you're looking, engineer services went up 100,000.
Correct, so engineering services is also, so our chemical, we're looking at, what kind of studies we need to have, shovel-ready projects, so if we could have money allocated in order to start having engineered projects ready to go for possible grant funding opportunities, that's what we were looking at for there.
So necessary wish list items,
Yep.
okay? Because that's a lot too.
It
so
is.
Make a note to revisit that one. Do you guys have any other questions? I'm satisfied on that one for now.
I have a lot of questions, but I think Tuesday's municipal analytics presentation is what's gonna answer that.
So, just real quick, just so council's aware, it's not on here, but it's something, I've talked about for a long time, that we'd be able to split this between sewer and water, but instead of using our vac off, which is a street sweeper with a catch basin cleaner, we use that as our hydro vac unit. That is not really what that's designed for. We're able to get through it, but if I were to be able to buy a single axle, smaller vac truck that had a sewer cleaner on the front of it, we would be, way better equipped in the future.
How much is it?
Those, yes, I don't know, I'd have to, our the VACAL, we just paid off, and so, currently, right now, I have no more outstanding pieces of equipment that have payments on them. And so, we've already made the commitment and paid for the VACAL street sweeper, so, maybe not this year, but maybe next year, I really need to push for actually having a vac truck, because we would be able to use it in so many other functions of our job.
Do you guys do things like that? Do you do like a projection with a wish list? Like on this year I'll wish for this and on this year I'll wish for that?
Yeah, that's capital.
That would be
improvement plan.
capital improvement.
So what's the difference though? So is it a vac truck? Is it a vac truck?
So again, we have a street sweeper with a catch basin cleaner, okay? It only has so much suction power, where an actual vac truck has a sewer cleaner on the front of it. I have a sewer cleaner trailer, okay? It's a 3/4 inch hose. We have a lot of problems sometimes getting through our sewer plugs, where a vac truck is gonna have a 1-inch hose. It's gonna have a lot higher PSI in order to be able to clean or address our mains, but also it's gonna have a lot more suction power and maneuverability of like the hose itself in order to like do certain holes in certain areas.
So we see the VACAL that has a
Yes.
huge thing on it.
Right.
Virtually useless for the other types of stuff you're talking about.
We use it, but it's very difficult and cumbersome.
That's where you bring out the smaller trailer that we saw on the.
Correct.
I'm satisfied on utility, water treatment, transmission, debt service. Do you guys have any more questions on those for now? Because I think those all need to be revisited. Okay.
And I would just ask, as you review these on your own time, if you have specific questions, let us know, and then we will try to address it. We'll compile all of them and we'll address it to the entire group.
Yeah, we're gonna get answers,
Yeah.
some answers on Tuesday. So,
For some, yeah.
Lake
Lake improvement is me. All this is showing is that, so we are, for this one, this was aquaweed, what we were doing with aquaweed on the Stiffs Mill Pond, and the special assessment, the money that was going in, this actually has revenues in there, going in, going out. And because of what happened, we are no longer doing that. We're no longer doing the special assessment. It'll be over on the county side to do if they wanted to do a special assessment for aquaweed treatment, or how we're going to do that, because we don't know what it's going to look like, how we're going to treat it, how much it's going to be, because it's more surface area. So to do that responsibly, we're just holding fast on that right now, not doing anything with the special assessment of weed treatment for this year, and determining how we're going to proceed with that with the county going forward. We would have already voted on it, which we haven't done. But.
Right. I just, I don't know how long it's gonna take for them to do like the lake level thing, so
We don't know what the aquaweed cost would be because of the surface area that's increased.
I see.
So like, rather than a $5,600 expense, it might be 30 grand, and that would increase the special assessment to all of the people in the surrounding area.
They only sprayed in the water.
I'm not sure, but we haven't done any of these things. And again, since the county just voted on taking over the legal lake level, we kind of want to do everything through the Water Resource Commission moving forward.
Everything about what the residents mention anything about this? I don't think it's very usable right now, is it anyway, with it so low?
Well, it went back up over, now it's gone back down. Yeah.
It's not down right now.
Our wetlands are doing a job of it
Yeah.
right now.
Good.
But, I mean, but I think we continue the conversations on your Tuesday agenda. There's gonna be discussions about, doing, the legal lake level study with them, with, the engineering for the dam, that kind of stuff. I foreshadowed that, earlier when I was commenting. I think we need to do anything like that now through the Water Resource Commission. So if we want to continue doing that, this treatment, that we do it through that organization. And perhaps, well, we can discuss the perhapses later, so. Yeah, I don't wanna say things and then it becomes the way we do it.